know we're coming at you live from Parliament here in Wellington this morning. Oh, and looks like our anti-protesters are here already. Love community, hate fascism. So these are the protesters who are here to protest the protest. And they are all about stepping up for the small minority, apparently. So we've got some grouping here at the monument. So I remember there was a big thing when the Parliament protesters put up things on the memorial monument. So hopefully they don't get the same backlash that we did. Big things of saved lives. Bigots go home. So we've got a few gathered souls here for the anti-protest party. Yay! Oh, are you guys Yeah. Man, you guys have definitely brought a bit of colour in here, haven't you? I like your headband. That's really cool. Oh, yeah. Is it plastic or is it?
It's secondhand.
Oh, even better. That's awesome. We love old shops. We've got the blue flag guys here.
You filming the flag or you filming your face? Are you filming the flag or yourself?
Myself. Oh, in the front.
Oh, I can't reach over there.
Oh. We've got a news station set up behind us. When I'm looking at the faces that are coming up. I wonder where these new let's go and say hello. Peace and love. It's inside. Very similar to our side. Hey guys, whereabouts are you from?
Just the media.
Which media?
Just the media.
The media?
Just the media.
Just the media. Is that the name of a media organisation? Oh, okay. But we're not giving out names of media. For a second there, I thought there was an organisation called The Media, but no. We're just being a bit quiet about who we are. So I am noticing that these guys, however, are not getting blocked by the Blue Flag Brigade, so I can only assume that they are part of the anti-protest group. So keep an eye out for those guys. And let's make our way down to the train station. So a lot of people are making their way to the train station this morning to meet at 10:30. And we'll see we've got some blockades here at the front of Parliament gates. Not sure what's in there, but I can't see any other fencing or anything at this point. Oh, we do have media up on the second story of the beehive. You can see some media pointing down there, so obviously our government and politicians have been happy to allow them through. You know, where would they be without their mainstream media? So there's the Law Society building, camped out there. Gosh, and this street right here, wasn't that beautiful? Lovely. Oh, okay. I do see some green fencing up there, and it looks like a bit of a crowd that's gathered already on Parliament lawns. But we're going to go and check what's happening at the bus station.
Morning.
Got Rory with me today. He's playing the part of executive assistant.
Oh,
I guess.
right. Oh, yeah.
Very important.
I don't think you should have given it to me.
I mean, how am I going to survive with someone to get me coffee every now and then?
Oh, is that what that? Oh, right.
So we've got a small group over here at the train station. We'll just go and say hello. Train station. Yeah. What's in my bag? Well, Buster, I see your comment there. Is fascist the scariest PC word they could find? I think probably. I'm not sure how much research went into the use of the word, but that's the word they've chosen, so that's the word they're going along with, I guess. All right. Let's go see who we can find in here. Hey guys, in the comments, can I just have a bit of feedback on the audio and video quality, please? Just let me know if it's all good or if I need to adjust anything. That would be awesome. Wonderful. Kia ora. Morning. It's
School trip. School trip.
Bye. Good to see you guys. A few people grouped over there at McCafe. You can see them with their flags and stuff. Got to get us some McD's in us. Oh, I spot Jeremy. Kia ora whānau.
Hello.
Hello. So Jeremy's just up here. The guy was always running around with his megaphone. And we did a short clip of him that was put up on the ZJL page when he walked into Parliament. Oh, he's running away from us. Hi. Jeremy! Say hello, my darling. It's so good to see you. Recognise you a mile away. I'm like, okay. Yeah, how you doing,
Not a
man?
fan. Good. I'm good.
Where you going?
Civic Square. You know, where is everybody going? We're shooting again. Civic Square's that.
Okay, apparently we're heading to Civic Square. Yeah, can you let me know? Hubby, I'll see you there.
Absolutely. Good to see you.
I'll see you there. Oh, cute. Oh, nice. I'm so glad you've come down. What was your name? Monique. Monique. Nice to meet you, Monique. Yay. Let's go do some exciting stuff. Yes. Are you off to the square now? Yeah. Awesome. I'm just going to wait for hubby and I'll be right there. You too. All right.
So I'm pretty sure Rory said, don't go far. Don't go far, Zeb. And I've taken off up the street already. So I better go back, get my coffee fix, and then off we go down to Civic Square. Oh, there he is. Can he see me? Rory! Over here. There he is. God, he's a good laddie. That's 6 foot worth of Scotsman right there. Oh, I did actually. I spotted the trousers. Yep, that's Rory. I just caught up with Jeremy. Jeremy with the megaphone and the big hair. Oh no. It's all right. I'll introduce you.
Just remember better.
No.
Is that how you remember?
The guy with the megaphone and the big bushy blonde hair. Oh, Chloe, are you on a flight? That is awesome. Looking forward to seeing you, babe. Should we cross? Yep, cross. Oh, gutted, Chloe. Oh, no worries. That's all good.
Is that not the meeting there?
Well, I thought we were meeting at the train station, but then Jeremy was saying we're walking up to Civic Square, so we'll head up there. Go with the flow.
I've got an extra hot cappuccino, so I'm happy.
Oh, aren't you lucky? Is there sugar in this?
Yes, too.
Thank you.
Hopefully it's sweet enough for you.
Yep, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Oh. I've been sacked yet. Not fucking executive this out.
Welcome to the coffee discussions of Zeb and Rory. Sorry, guys.
Well, there's not really much else to talk about at the moment. So.
Yeah, Civic Square. I think that's the one that we were at with the 14 Days of Unite. We came down to Civic Square.
Oh, Civic Square.
I'm pretty sure that's where Jess just went absolutely mental about the pigeons. I'm pretty sure that's Civic Square. And I was always a little bit funny because I didn't know whether to let her off the lead and let her chase after the pesky birds or keep her on the lead because some, I don't know, bird activist might frown on me. I don't know. But they did seem to be quite pesty.
Where's the Civic Square?
Down here on the right. Left, yeah.
It would make sense to walk from here. Further to walk.
Oh, yeah. I can see there's a camper van down there with the He Whakaputanga flag. Not sure if anyone caught that glare from that pedestrian as we walked past, but that was very welcoming.
Train station?
Yeah, so apparently we're meeting at Civic Square.
Not 3,000-4,000 people there already.
Well, there's not that many down at the train station. There might be a couple of dozen.
Oh,
So we're heading to Civic Square. You're welcome to join us.
okay.
Let's go. I am live, just so you know. All right, so apparently there's a good few thousand people already at Civic Square. So this will be interesting. What does this WWG1 WGA mean?
It was initials. WW, so William
Ban
Wallace.
1080, cancel culture. Are you with us or against us? Nice. Can we cross that way? Oh, we're getting the timers counting down on us. We better get to the other side of the road. Do we go straight in here? Or do we go that way? That way, okay. Oh well. We're going on a bear hunt. Let's see what we can see. The Scottish guy seems to know where he's going. Oh, yeah, we've got everyone in here. Standing up, masks on, sitting down, masks off. That is the way of the world. So we're just down on the waterfront here, just heading towards Civic Square, where apparently there's a bit of a crowd already waiting. I'm quite interested to see how our protesters deal with our anti-protesters today. Be interesting to have a little chat with one of the anti-protesters and get their take on things, I guess. Oh, thank you so much, Sten. WWG1 WGA is the QAnon where we go one, we go all. Aha. Okay, so there's a bit of a QAnon reference there. Awesome. Hey, thanks everyone for the feedback regarding the audio and visual quality. I've just got a new mic set up, so just wanted to make sure that it was still coming through clear to you guys. Now, who knows what these yellow things are sticking up out of the ground? They look like little periscopes. Do they actually have some sort of function? Or are they just, you know, hundreds of dollars of taxpayers' money for something that looks like a weird periscopy sunflower? Yeah, it is a bit of a walk, isn't it? Should we go back along the footpath or keep going this way? Okay. Oh, look at you. The man looks at a map. It's just as good as old hubby's using the instruction booklets, isn't it? Oh, I don't know.
I think it was just on the other side of the road.
Oh, is it on the other side of the road?
Not next to HP Hi-Fi. Remember we walked?
Oh, hell.
I think we need to be over the other side of the road.
Okay, cross the road again. What's our time? Okay, it's 8 minutes past 10. Should still be good.
Yeah, we'll get there for the time they start walking. We'll be there.
All right, cross the road. What was your name, sorry? Karen. Nice to meet you. This is my husband, Rory.
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, I just walked past Wellington, heading to the train station, and
Ah,
popped in. Shitloads, 14.
awesome. Awesome, awesome. Oh, I hope everything's okay with Westpac Bank up there. They've got flags all around the bank for some reason. Cones out. I don't know what's up with that. It looks like a 3-year-old had a field day with some tape.
I came from that way.
That way? All right, that's good enough for us.
Hotel was up there, so I just walked straight down here.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's down in the street.
All right, let's go straight. This is Labton Quay. Oh, that's Hunter Street, yeah.
You need a lot of horns and that way.
Oh, that's the anti-protesters, isn't it?
I don't know. It'll be worth checking it out before we walk up there like this.
No.
There were still people taking them. It's so bad. Just a little speech.
Oh, there's speeches going on. Oh, God. How did I miss this memo? Oh, is this the Freedom and Rights Coalition?
I presume so.
Oh, yes. Cool. Victoria Street. Found it on the map, Steve?
Yeah, man, it's all. Follow me.
Oh. What? So it's telling you we've got to go up around the corner and back.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's not Civic Square.
That's what I put down.
Okay.
Civic Square. Your location to Civic Square. 4-minute walk.
Okay. So keep going this way?
Yeah.
Because that's changed to what it said before, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Your Google Map. This is doing what yours was doing the other day.
Yeah. My phone's been pretty good since I took all the memory and stuff off and put it on the hard drive. I know. I'm just letting you know my phone's been good. Going good?
Yep.
Oh, look, there's a policeman with sirens, so we're definitely in the right place. You always know you're in the right place when you see the yellow vests and the sirens.
Makes sense.
not sure what the plan is, but we'll soon find out. You can't park there.
Yep.
Oh, okay. We're definitely here. All right. Oh, really? Okay, so we seem to have quite a large crowd here. Kia ora whānau.
That's us, actually, up there.
See you there. Right, I can hear some music playing in the background, which may interfere with our live streaming abilities, but we will see how we go. I know Facebook likes to cut us off when we have music in the background, but we are live streaming to YouTube and Telegram as well, so if Facebook shuts down, that's where we'll be. Got some shirts being sold over here. Looks like the Freedom and Rights Coalition. We've got our yellow vest photographer there. Some other yellow vests on the corner there. People wearing stickers saying hugs are healthy. We've got our own yellow vests here as well, although none of them look too familiar to me, so they must be part of the Freedom and Rights Coalition. One can only assume. Got the Canadian flag, whakaputanga, some more yellow vests up here. Oh my goodness. Wow, okay, we've definitely got thousands here. I'm going to try and get up to a higher viewpoint so that I can get some better footage for you guys. Tell you what. Right, sure if you guys can see this, but there's just a couple of people here. I mean, if you ask mainstream, there's probably about 16 adults and a couple of dogs running around. Oh man, look at all those beautiful flags. This looks amazing. People are holding up signs. There's umbrellas that have they have stuff written on the tops of their umbrellas. That looks really cool. Oh, wow. Right, let's go make our way over to the other side and see what's happening over there. I'm just going to see where this media guy is from. See if he'll talk to me. Excuse me? Excuse me? Hi, just wondering where you're from. RNZ. Awesome, thank you. All right, so we've got RNZ here, just up there. Make sure you smile and wave.
Take a white bear round.
Sounds good. All right. Wake up. We got no more control. Kia ora, Paya. Kia ora. No more restrictions. The beehive bullies must go. Yes. Have a look. What sign have we got here? Jacinda's out of control. This is not what New Zealand wants. Amen, sis. See those umbrellas there? It's pretty cool. Bit hard to spot a familiar face in a crowd this big. Oh, we've got another media station over here, I can see. Oh, got a little puppy in a pram. Hi! Hello, I've just spotted Joe and Tash. Hello, Jelly. Hey, Joe. She's not here. She's back in the van. We might go back and get her a bit later. Yeah, good to see you guys. Yay, Joe and Tash. High aspirations don't excuse deep failures. Nice. Yeah, no, I'll just go up here. Thank you. Oh, I love this guy's t-shirt. It says Jacinda, liar, liar, pants on Pfizer. Very punny. I love it. The final variant is communism. I build back better. The media are the virus. I remember that sign.
Ellie just gave it to me.
Ellie! Oh, hey! I'm like, there can't be many Ellies around. Oh, what's Facebook face? Yeah, nice. Yeah. You look exactly like you do on video. Yeah. Guys, this is Ellie Evans. I am live. It's just always a shame. Ellie Evans, we spoke to last week about her part in the documentary or flockumentary or whatever it is. Yeah, good to see you here. Yeah, where we should be, eh?
Amazing atmosphere. And it's good to be back with
my
our
husband.
family. Yes.
This is hubby Rory.
Hi, how you doing?
Me too.
But wow, look at that, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, catch you later.
See ya.
Hey, where do you look?
Oh, just. I can't say I've seen Civic Square this packed before. Almost flags. Hi. And my brother and I were big in and I've seen the Canadian flag.
I think one of the people I come because he was so.
Right. There's a few more people dispersed up here. But looks like our own security people here at the moment. No yellow bees. Oh, I can hear something going on.
It's amazing to see you. It's amazing to see all of these flags up in the air. And one more time, I want to hear some noise if you're excited about today. And then to bring the message.
Get my mum whistle.
Tamaki's fucking right hand man down there.
Yeah.
I kept up with all my cellmates. Like this is not.
I'm not sure if you remember, but this is Juliet, and Juliet was an amazing helper over those 14 days of your night when I came down to Wellington with Jess. Juliet was just the most amazing person, looking after my gear, looking after Jess, helping me. It was just awesome. So it's great to catch up with her. I might see if I can find one on YouTube. Yeah, try one day. My guys, we're going to go find a tripod spot. Sound issues. Sorry, guys. Hi guys, can you confirm whether the sound is okay? Just reflect it in. How's our sound? Okay, that's no good.
Right. How's our sound now, guys? Sound a little bit better? Sound is worse. Okay. Oh, it's better? Better? Okay, all right. So I've just disconnected the mic. Aroha mai, it is a new mic that I'm just playing with today for the first time. But I've disconnected it, so we're all good. Thank you for the feedback, guys. I appreciate it. I remember your smile. I can see a sign in the crowd there saying, it's got a photo of Jacinda and it's saying, I am your single source of truth is crossed out and lies is written underneath.
Yeah, all right. Oh, first of all, how you feeling out there? I don't even want to hear them all the way from the back there. I said, how we doing out there? So, I think we need a battle. So everyone on this side,
You know what? I can fight the battle. I get you, Colonel. I get so. I get here we go.
all right, so this is what we're going to do on this side, okay? I'm going to say something, and I just want you to scream as loud, as proud, as big, as bright, as humongous.
Okay. I can hear a lot of it until they go.
Oh, there's going to be happening. Nothing in the lips, nothing in the wall. Come on, hey, partner, you can't eat kittens with little lips. Here we go, partner. If you came here to stand up for freedom, make some noise!
Now that was the one. We're about to do the real thing. Are you ready on this side? Hey, just give me a wave when you're ready. Yeah. Did you see your? Yeah, okay, here we go. Are you ready? When I say make some noise, I want you to make some noise up in here. Hey, no. No, I'm gonna say this. Get your lips ready. Get your cheeks ready. Get your eyes ready. Get your eyebrows ready. Get your hair ready. Get everything ready. Are you ready? Why don't you make some noise? Yeah.
Make some noise! Make some noise! Everybody, make some noise! Now, before we get this amazing day underway, I just want to say, Guess what? No matter what has come our way over the last couple of days, today is going to be a beautiful day celebrating families. I want to acknowledge all of the families that have come along today. If you've got your family here, your children, put your hands up right now. Because you know what? We were painted as a violent mob, but we are here peacefully. Every time we've gathered peacefully. Every time we've gathered with passion. But you know what? You don't bring Nana, Kumo, Grandma, your babies, you don't bring them to a violent protest.
That's right.
So to all of the media that are here today, stop lying.
Okay, can I just say, you all the media, stop it! Stop it!
You know, it's like when you get there, come on, man.
Yeah. And we are.
Come on. You know what? We're some of the coolest things we've made.
Hey, you are. Me and you together. Oh, we are out cool J.
I like that. Okay. How the hell
You ain't even worry about it.
So you know what, family, today, I just want to encourage you. We're going to be doing something so powerful today that it doesn't matter what was said, it doesn't matter what continues to be painted as the picture. When we stand peacefully, when we stand with a real solid passion in our hearts for the freedom, for the rights of all good New Zealanders, for our country to get back this nation that we love so dearly, it doesn't matter what the painter is, the picture is that's painted, we will have the victory if you believe that. Why don't you make some noise? Yes, I've got my two daughters, my wife, and my beautiful 1-year-old son. And you wouldn't do that if you felt like things were going to get by. So, you know, to all of you guys that have traveled, if you come from the South Island, why don't you make some noise? If you come from Kaitaia, why don't you make some noise? If you've come from Auckland, why don't you make some noise? Oh, if you've come from Kona, why don't you make some noise? If you've come from Hamilton, make some noise. If you've come from Gisborne, make some noise. If you come from Tukurua, make some noise. If you come from Tukurua, make some noise. If you come from here, wherever you come from, make some noise. And that's the power of what we're standing right here today. All different people from all different walks of life. We've got farmers, we've got nurses, teachers, we've got doctors, youth workers, social workers, firemen. We've got all walks of life coming together today. And it's beautiful. And the beautiful thing is we're all humans. We're all human beings, and we love each other. Hey, what just real quick, if there's all that family here, just do 3 or 4 people next to you. Say hello to my family, just give them a high five. Say, hey, welcome. Welcome today. Because next we're all about families. Families. Man, it's a beautiful day today to celebrate freedom. Now, we've got a jam-packed program today. We're going to hear from some speakers. We've got some lights and some performances. The thing I am so excited about is from here, later on, we're going to come together. We're going to march, we're going to protest, we're going to be chanting, and we'll get some of those chants put through on the stage later on. But we're going to be heading towards Parliament grounds. Okay? And that is where we get into some serious business today. So I want to say to each and every one of you that have come along today, you're amazing. Say, I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Wow, you guys are so amazing. And today, remember this. Today, remember what? We peacefully serve you. All right. So I think it's time we got this one. Let's go. All right. So this group here, 3 brothers. They go by the name Local Boys. And I tell you what, they've got a performance for you. So why don't you do what we do so well? Put your hands together. Make some noise for the Local Boys. Check. So why do my people struggle? The next generation will follow. So why do my people struggle? The next generation will follow. I said, peace among the families living in bed, living in hotels, motels, that they just don't care. The devil never really want us, so I'm sorry to say. I never won't quit or move, just don't do this straight. I lose my life to save rules. I'm sitting here, we march through the city to prepare for war. I have faith in my feet. I'm people watching life, so I'm feeling so I'm the same as not when it be poop, when they go, we speaking the truth, following the shit. So we don't work, don't move down the chain, break the family cut. So why do my people struggle? Yeah, the next generation will follow. Can't tell me politics is good to there to be. On the lies they make up, I say we all free. And truth comes to light, you lose the freedom to speak. Couple people to stand up doing what he needs. Since labor's taking over, and lots got worse. Roman people in the cycle of jail or worse. They don't like the truth, they want the truth inside of the work. Overhead in front of me, they continue to coerce by putting us in coverage on your brain to the dirt. So our freedoms can be stripped so that plan wouldn't work. People of the station, it is not too late. Until we get you been playing in that reckless game. You should train to be solid with that muscle on your face. On the people, on the stars, the youth are doing great. The shootings every day, it's crime rate. The solution for that was slowing the motion gains. The people of the station trying to hold that, taking them. It's trying to. So why do my people struggle? Yeah. Next generation will follow. So why do my people struggle? So take off that mask, it's a puzzle. Yeah, I prepare for the battle for the free. My heart is for the people that are living in the street. All the lies are the same. I feel like we're stuck in the chest gate, running for a checkmate, and we all cry for a change. So it's time to listen up, stand up for your rights, stand up for the people that are living in the place, stand up for the single mothers looking for a way, stand up for the fathers that are locked up in the chains, stand up against the state forcing men on our pain. Why do my people struggle? The next generation will follow. So much do my people struggle? So take off that mask, it's a puzzle. So take off that mask, it's a puzzle. Thank you all much for my man of God. Thank you for the first was to disrupt the government. I pray for the families that have friends in housing. They have a plan for this. I thank you, Lord, that the enemy will never muzzle our freedom to speak. So I pray, Lord, for your blessing today. In Jesus' name, we all say, yeah. Oh, come on now, family. Put your hands together for the lucky boy. Coming like church, the voice of the next generation coming to right now. How passionate I am, and how important is it now that our younger generation starts to get a bit more clued up on what's happening in politics. Right? How amazing is it? And look, I look around at the young people in this crowd. Just we hope that tomorrow we're going to have some really clued up people as to what is looking after our country. You know, not just the young people in the crowd, but also the young people that are on the stage. Oh, my, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, jealous. That's what it is. Awesome stuff. Hey, look, we were Wellington right now, it's weird, but it was a beautiful journey. You know what, okay? I want to take you on the bit. It was a long journey, all the way here. Now, look, it's not part of the top point. So it started from the top of these North Island, and then we ended up in Portland, and so we sort of found out that we had a bit of a feed, and you know, we just kept it together, had some fun. We got ready, and then we made our way onto the motorway. You know what? It's all about safety, because that's what we do. We want to make sure that we do things safe and we do things right. So we made our way onto the motorway, and we ended up at the Hamilton. Yeah. Is anyone from Hamilton? Yeah, up in here. And we made our way to Hamilton, and then man, woo, what a journey. But you know what? Throughout the whole journey, there were so many freedom fighters. So many freedom fighters waving their flag. If you got a flag, why don't you just wave that up in the air? Let's go. Now, on that whole journey, we had thousands and thousands of freedom fighters on the side of the road who were waving their flag, and they joined us. And so it's so awesome. So if you were a part and you were waving those flags on the side of the road and you're here today, why don't you make some noise up in here? Awesome. Amazing. That's what it's all about. You know, there's been a lot of things painted as there's a lot of people against what we're doing. But you know what? The more we get out there, the more we realize actually a lot of people.
There's an interesting looking character over here. I'm not sure if you can see, but right there in the centre of the screen is a man wearing green scrubs, and he's got a mask on. Well, he's got it down under his nose, but I can see him there, and he's holding a really old school stereo radio thing.
Why don't you just break that down for us? Come on! Wait. Tell me about it. Once upon a time, you want to take it over now? We started off at the window domain, and you were about thousands. And you know, it didn't start off with the humongous brother at all. And then guess what? It wasn't too long after that we came together. The crowd.
There's a lady over here who's holding a sign. I can't zoom in on StreamYard, sorry guys, but there's a lady dead centre of the screen right now who's holding a sign that says "Media tells the whole truth." Oh, and she's just showing the other side of her sign. Obviously, it's a piss take. She doesn't actually mean to tell her the truth. The other side of her sign says "Stop discrimination of the unjabbed."
That is what courage does.
Over there's another sign that says "Blind belief in authority is the greatest enemy of truth."
You know what? I was given a program. You know what? I was given a program. Only you were given the program. Let's not go too far. Sorry. Yeah, keep going. I was given a program. And there were 4 ladies on that was speak that day. Guess what?
Hey, did you say 4?
It was
That's like Kahini the one from the far.
right. So,
The guy in front of us just here, he's holding a sign saying corrupt government, and the government's selling us out to
you know what?
the
So all
UN
the media
agenda.
outlets that are here today, come on, you ain't been successful in shutting down a man who's always done his best to stand for this country. So to the media, guess what? You ain't done did it. We're still winning, and we're still going to make some noise with the media.
And can see Mr. Tamaki is here, Mr. Brian Tamaki. There's a couple of lovely ladies dead centre of the screen at the moment. A lady with blonde hair, and just behind her is Mr. Brian Tamaki.
It might have been the coincidence. The next coincidence that took place was what are coincidences?
Hey, when it's time to say what are coincidences, we need your help. I said, carry on.
The next coincidence was exactly the time you know.
Yep.
Yes, BP was shutting down for a couple of hours. What a coincidence! It doesn't
Got some streamers behind us
Why not?
with a decent camera set up. I'm just going to see where they're from.
And the drugs was right because the intentions were all of my Saturday. The interior flagship is what a coincidence! But you know what, man? It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what coincidence. Because if you're truly a freedom fighter, come on, you're gonna make sure that you're here. You're gonna make sure that no matter what, I am gonna put my feet where it counts. So to every person that's here, let's make some noise!
Got a man over here who's blowing a, I'm not sure what it is. It's about half the size of a didgeridoo, but it's making a bit of a horn sound, which is cool.
Why are you stopping? But certainly not getting all the ones that don't. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage 37 years in this field, Matt Shelton!
I've just met a couple of live streamers behind me here. They are live streaming on TikTok under the name Lethal Inc. So if you need another view to watch, they are live streaming to TikTok now, Lethal Inc.
So I want to read to you some extracts by an 84-year-old concentration camp survivor here in the France. And 3.5 years old, she is a family remain with her father died, and she's been very much. So here is have walked the walk, have talked the walk, and since. And speaks to us very careful, reads experts. So the European Declaration of Mental Health Nazi war trials, And it's both inside and then
I'm just going to see if I can have a chat with them. Oh, big guns over there, Mr. Tamaki. Hey, kia ora, Roo. Sorry, thought I'd come say hello. Nice suit. Kia ora, I'm Zeb. Abraham, nice to meet you, brother. Kia ora, I'm Zeb. Derek, nice to meet you, brother.
succeeded by 9 years of internet restrictions on personal freedom, great legal rights. They set by scaremongering and hate hunting propaganda. It's very humiliating and discrimination against demonizing Jews as they were followed by
My name's Zeb Jackson. I run my own channel. Zeb Jackson Live. It's me. East Coast, just past Gizzy.
East Coast, he's from Gizzy.
What's his name? He looks familiar. No, doesn't ring a bell. I've got a few more yellow vests just standing stagnant over there, waiting for anything interesting to happen, I guess. So you're with the Freedom and Rights Coalition?
Yes.
Abraham.
Yeah.
Abraham, what's your position in the church?
Just part of my ministry is just to serve.
Nice. So you come down. Oh, are you okay on camera? No worries if not. I appreciate it. This is Abraham, guys. Abraham's from the Freedom and Rights Coalition. And are you from up in Auckland?
Yeah, I live in Waihi Beach, but travel up to.
Nice. So, man, this has been a whole lot of planning in the making for you guys, right?
Well, it's not the first one we've done, eh? So I'm
That's
sure
true.
we've got better.
That's true. Yeah, you get rid of all the teething issues, kind of, work through it. You know how to do the next one better, eh?
Yep.
So how was you guys drive down?
I actually flew down this thing.
Oh.
Solo trip. Yeah.
Oh.
Get down quicker.
Work smarter, not harder, guys. And how long are you guys staying here in Wellington?
Just overnighter. So
Yeah.
I stayed here last night and then fly back today.
Awesome. Okay.
Come down for a great cause. This
Yeah.
is a cause to stand for.
Absolutely.
Definitely the time is now to do
Yeah.
it. Don't wait.
Too much.
You just wait and then it's gone like that.
That's right. I did try to reach out to the Freedom and Rights Coalition a couple of times, but I know their Facebook page must be really, really busy. But I was just wondering, so what is this kangaroo court thing going to look like? I've got no idea. Sorry, is it kangaroo court? What is it?
The court case today. Yeah,
The
so pretty
People's
much
Court.
is-
I'm sorry if I've used
yeah.
the wrong word.
So what we're doing is just pretty much pulling it out of the system as such and doing it ourselves, essentially being the People's courtroom where we get to decide as people who we want, we voted them in.
Yeah.
So we can vote them out straight
And
away.
how, once we've chosen our new people, whoever they might be, how do we enforce that?
You asked the wrong man. They have to handle the plans.
All right.
Yeah, that's,
Sweet as. Yep. Just curious, mate.
yeah.
Thank you so much, Abe. I appreciate that.
It's great being there.
It is, eh? It's bloody awesome. So can't hear very well at the moment, but I think there's someone up on stage just sharing a bit of their own story.
Be part of the marches.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've been covering everything from Parliament. Yeah.
That's great. We've got some good followers there, right? Awesome.
Yeah. It's going good. Definitely.
You're right, got to get the truth out there.
Oh,
Right
absolutely.
message and what it is.
Yeah. Well, you know, if we can't watch mainstream, you've got to be able to watch something to get the truth.
Exactly. People got to take control and get the truth out themselves.
That's right. You can't argue with a live stream.
No, exactly. See it on your face.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys together, are you friends? Yeah. Are you guys friends? Oh. Is your name Fred? Is your name Fred?
Fred.
Yeah.
No, you're not far out.
Oh. Do you know this man here? Because he just had a look in your bag. So you don't know each other?
I couldn't tell from that anyway. From that mask or anybody.
Why are you looking in people's bags?
Sorry?
I saw you look in his bag. You opened his bag and...
I'm just trying to pay attention to the thing.
Well, your fingers weren't paying attention to it. Your fingers were in his bag. Interesting.
Yeah.
Is this man with you guys? This gentleman here going through people's bags? Oh, no, you don't have to. I'm just wondering. Okay, interesting. Actually, we're going to... Oh, when I see someone going through someone else's bag, it's a bit of a worry.
Feeling it either, so it's fairly expert.
Yeah.
But my name's not in there.
No, it's all right. He said you were a friend of his. I'm not wearing a bag.
Thanks for that.
That's okay. Hello, Ruth. How are you?
Speak to the man, are you?
Yeah, I was just. How's it going, Brian? How was the trip down?
2 days ago it was good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's good. My name's Zeb. I run a platform called Zeb Jackson Live all over the place. Good to see you guys here. It looks like this has been a lot of planning in the making.
Yes, 4 weeks.
4 weeks planning?
Yeah, after the other ones from Auckland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to this City of the Trial on Parliament steps. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so how is that going to go? Oh, judge.
Judge, jury, execution.
Oh, really? So from what I've heard, so the people are going to sort of elect our own people for in Parliament. Is that right?
Are you talking about the?
What's supposed to happen today at Parliament? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, no. It's just it's basically them people come up as evidence against this government and the crimes they've committed.
Ah, okay.
New Zealanders. And so, people have been genuine cases of loss of business and jobs. Families have been split. Forced to do something they don't want to do. So,
absolutely. Yeah. So, what were the court things? Sorry, mate. What will the court things sort of look like? So we're on the stairs of Parliament. Oh, I think it is going to be a surprise.
She's right.
I think so. I think it's better just to get it all together at the same time.
I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how it comes down.
Nice. Where are you from?
I'm from the East Coast, just past Gisborne. Yeah. So been following this freedom movement, covering it for a while, and really loving where it's going. And so hey, thank you so much for all the waves that you've been making. Really appreciate it. Kia ora. Oh, sorry, my friend, I didn't see you there. Hi. No, I'm from near Gisborne. I'm nearby. Whakara, yeah. Oh. We came on our own, but I know there's others here from Gizzy. Yeah. It is. It's pretty out there. Yeah. There's BFF meetings and things and protests going on, and yeah, just the usual, I think. Yeah. I sort of live half an hour out of town, so I sort of stick to myself most of the time. Some interesting. So the guy I saw up there that was wearing the bandana across his mouth and going through that person's bag, I'm just noticing a few others here wearing the bandanas across their faces. So I'm not really sure what's going on there, but I wish I'd got that on video, him poking his fingers in that man's bag. And I'm glad I called him out on it, that they weren't friends. But certainly going to watch out for them. You see these guys in the black bandanas, a few of them with black bandanas around their face? Yeah. While I was up there with Brian, I just saw one of them go into someone's bag. So just watch out for those guys. Can you keep my bag close? Thank you. I was trying to get some more information from Brian about what this sort of court thing on the Parliament steps is going to look like. He didn't give away too much information though. Basically, said wait and see. So we will wait and see. Not a problem. Yeah, Katrina, I see your message there. Could be planting in people's bags. I'm really not sure what the what the plan was there, but I'm certainly going to stay very aware of it and warn those that I know.
If you're enjoying your day right now, why don't you make some noise?
You know what?
Oh, hey, where are you guys? I thought this was the actual song playing, but it's actually a girl up on stage singing. What an amazing voice.
Watch the edge. Nice to see you, Bill.
Thank you.
Good stuff. I'm watching you both, so. Yeah. Gary and Mike, we're from Dunedin. Yeah, Really Rory, no. We work with Rory, we got where are you from anyway? You're up north. Oh, well, there's no other way of getting up here, really. Yeah, I didn't see on There you go, Malay. You mean trespass, have you?
I can see another sign up there that says "Stop Three Waters, Mahuta the Looter," and another one saying "Stand against government tyranny, censorship, and media disinformation." That is a big part of this, isn't it, guys? What the media is telling everybody. Make sure when you see this on the news tonight, you compare it to the live stream footage that you've seen today. Live stream doesn't lie. I'm loving how everyone's bought their fishing rods here. I'm not sure if you can tell, but a lot of these flags are at the end of fishing rods, surf casters. So that's pretty cool. Maybe reel us in some proper politicians.
But I'm doing up some people from Australia, Auckland, the North, all over the country to bring some voices. What we're going to do right now, we're going to get out of Mr. Skin and Brian from once we start to hit off at March. So we got that track ready, DJ. Now, are you ready, family? Make some noise! Here we go. Let's go. What this? Everybody on the lead the hands up right now. Let's go, Freedom Revolution. Let's go.
It looks like the crowd's really getting into this one. Got a good beat to it. Campano from Auckland, I believe.
Take your head, don't rush, she like my new stuff. She got your headphones, but she's still with her new stuff. She got this new stuff, can't trust the way we do it. But you want to get like space, yeah. What's for the surface wrong? Who can say, triple X to your blood? She had some things like both sides, like she don't want to cross the truth, check the boots. Let the stand up one, check the reputation. I couldn't trust you political, but that's the basic. She get a screen like she's got nothing to play with. Yeah, they play with her, but I treat her like yo, my freedom has to not do it. I'm about to let the thing to the street and the whole thing right there. Living in the country with like it for her. What's your name? You let this country, my forefather can talk for. Let's go. Yo, I know to take the street place. Make you all know that we came in the same place. We ain't afraid of no man named boy. We be lifting up a break. You can understand we real hot. We ain't going nowhere. Standing for you, getting the freedom you came here. Yeah, so you can take it or leave it, but we've been doing this for a long time now, and they believe it now. Yeah, so if you want the freedom man, raise your flag up and start to move your hands. We've been doing this. We ain't going nowhere. It's freedom in the place. We're bringing it like, yeah. Raise those hands, let's go, raise those hands. Yeah. I want to see everybody in. Yeah. Yo. Yeah. Y'all can hear me? Make some noise. Look, yo.
Man, everybody say I sound like home. Guess it's a God to me. Either that or they compare me to the greats. I respond with a nod like I'm straight, cause it ain't all to me. Honestly, I'm gonna be great with no apology, y'all know that I'm heavy with raps. Me and wifey pulling up looking like Remy and Pat for real. The most versatile. But I'm different, I swear ain't nobody touching the verse in 5 minutes. 5 limits, the first will be crowded, then I'm living. Hard me up with God's on me like Tom tripping. Soldier dog, all I know is war. So I'm sending shots, killing demons down to that my kitchen, gotta spin the block. I be filling them with dots like it's chicken pot. Then I double back to clean the rest like I missed the spot. When will it stop? Can't the vision lock this the campaign that MJ is never getting blocked.
Shout out down here.
Yo!
Shout out.
Yeah! Yo, we on a mission. The healing application, one way, one cut. Nothing to do with no petition. Nothing to do with no petition. Yeah, yo, I don't care. I'm going straight up the top. Let's not stop. We're all here, man. And everybody walk in like pop. Yeah, she on the freestyle while I reach out. Everybody hit the plate. We're gonna fuck man. Keep the store touch. Keep your head up. Just keep up. Just keep jumping up. Yeah. Yeah, come on. From GI to man, we to count. We just to fly every block and shut for people up to the state house. Some remove discrimination and get in contemplation. And now I think the trouble is discrimination. They want to shut down. To be ready for that. Because we're not set up and breaking all the cameras. But it's imperative that we stay relevant. That was to the people with we been in our elements. Stop feeling that more this time. Cats on this line. Wait till the change is the wind line. Don't give me signing on reflection. We got a few children growing up with Olivia simulation. Children in the hearts, children in the wrong, children paying the prices for the best that we stop. Children in the wrong, children in the wrong, children paying the prices for the best that we stop. All right, contradiction, descending the mixing charges, the time reflection, picture protection, mandated force, these are the injection, until I say on the cross, from the distance, speaking out to make the difference. You're not mentioned, I walk for the rest of protest. Let's protest, put your hands in the air, bang with your chest, and tell them that we here, put your hands in the air, say it with your chest. They was gonna go with the rest, put your hands in the air, say it with your chest. They was gonna go with the rest, put your hands in the air, say it with your chest. They was gonna go with the rest. All right, family. Come on, make some noise. All right. So make sure they say we're going to take when we hit the spot. But before we start to assemble, I've got a few notes that I want to down together.
It sounds like we're just going through some housekeeping for the match.
Of the founder of the Freedom Press Coalition. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Hannah Tamaki.
Hey, Hannah Tamaki up on stage at the moment. If you need a clearer live stream for audio to hear what's being set up on stage, I can see that Joe and Tash are down there up front by the stage filming. So Joe and Tash, the multi-angle. I'm going to stay up here with this viewpoint.
I just want to say what a purpose it is. Stand up, walk back, and thank you for encouraging us to over time. Wellington, we were already lost our table. We know about entertainment. But today we're here, and we're here because you matter. And I just want to say a few quick things. We are the parents of 3 adult children, 10 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. They matter to us, and we do not want them to fight the fight that we are able to fight for today. We want them to know, as they look through the corridors of time, that people stood with their granddad, their great-granddad, their father, with a whole lot of other beautiful, strong Kiwis who wanted to make a difference. And together, we are making a difference. You need to salute yourself every day for having the courage to stand the way that you your Facebook pages, and sometimes it's made some of you afraid to make comments. Continue to stand, New Zealand. Be strong. Keep on.
Now, while family is talking in the name, which I'm very sure you stop those shit. What I need to ask there is we stay behind the banners. Okay? We've got some people that and take some photos. With the support for we've got to capture as much of you as we possibly can. So we're going to ask people behind the banner a nice big line as we start the park and just one important note this one, we have got a council practice. We're beautiful, we're going to let the police deal with them, and we are going to continue to protest peacefully, but we will let the police deal with tough protest. Everyone okay about that? Guys are good? All right, family, so we'll start with Shimo outside of that banner, and you know, because I've got them, we're just going to run us through a few of the tasks that we're going to be doing as we march, right? They're looking amazing, keep it up.
Right, it looks like we're starting to move out, Whānau.
Continue to make your way over there, Whānau, but just keep an ear out for some of these tasks that we'll be doing. So, when I say Labour, you say liars. When I say Labour, you say liars. Labour! Labour! When I say government, you say failed us. Government! Government! When I say Cindy, you say jail time. Cindy! Cindy! And Father, can I think all of the New Zealand players to make your way to the front? All the New Zealand players, please make your way to the front. And all the nations, please call players welcome, but specifically, New Zealand players to make your way to the front. Father, New Zealand players, beautiful. When I say mandate, you say over. Mandate. Mandate. When I say
Right, let's
mandate,
get going.
you say over. Mandate. Mandate. When I say Luxton, you say flip-flop. Luxton. Luxton. When I say Seymour, you say flip-flop. Seymour. Seymour. When I say mandate, you say over. Mandate. Mandate. When I say mandate, you say over. Mandate. Mandate. When I say fireman, you say pay rise. Fireman. Fireman. When I say nurses, you say pay rise. Nurses. Nurses. When I say midwives, you say pay rise. Midwives. Midwives. When I say mandate, you say over. Mandate. Mandate. When I say power, you say people. Power. Power. When I say power, you say people. Power. Power. When I say government, you say failed us. Government. Government. When I say government, you say failed us. Government. Government. When I say Cindy, you say jail time. Cindy. Cindy. When I say Labour, you say liars. Labour. Labour. When I say media, you say liars. Media. Media. When I say media, you say liars. Media. Media. When I say media, you say liars. Media. Media. When I say Luxton, you say flip-flop.
We've got some sound set up here for the walk. Awesome.
Mandate, you say over. Mandate. Mandate. When I say power, you say peaceful. Power. Power. When I say people, you say power. People. People. When I say mandate, you say over. Mandate. Mandate. When I say mandate, you say over. Mandate.
I'll have a check to see what that looks like.
Wow. Okay, the streets are covered, guys. We are going to make our way through. Where's Juliet? Oh, we can't lose Juliet. John!
Oh, you're clever.
Hey, you're over here.
Good to see you.
Kia ora mate. Excuse me. Which way?
Here we come. Oh, seven. In the city of Wellington, here we are. For nurses, your doctors, your teachers, social workers, firefighters. All those that will be donating their jobs. We're here today with disagree completely with what our government has been putting into place. We're here to say that we do not have confidence in this current government. We're here to say that it's time for some change. It's time to bring about change in this government. Today, as we march towards Parliament, we say, join us as we stand, join us as we make our way back to a beautiful country, every birthday that we deserve, and have it once again. It's time to get New Zealand back. Awesome. So those that are watching on the sidewalks, those that are up in these buildings, what you have behind me right here are your nurses. What you have behind me right here are your farmers, your teachers, your social workers, your youth workers, people who have served in your community, people that have given up their lives to see a great New Zealand, have been pushed to the side, have been forced down the narrow corridors of if you do not, you will be moved out of your jobs. Today we are standing and we want to see these people put back in their jobs. We've got a hospital crisis. We've got a food crisis. We've got a petrol crisis. We live in a nation right now that is under constant pressure of crisis because we have a government that will not hear us. We have a government that do not care about us. Well, today, these farmers, today, these teachers, these nurses are rising up and saying with a peaceful heart that we will not let this country be washed down the toilet. We will not see this country taken away from the place that we grew up in loving. We're here to stand. We're here believing for a better New Zealand. We're here believing for a brighter future. We're here believing that tomorrow is going to be better because people, power is where it's at. We're here believing this government is not
Just had an egg come flying down at us from up there.
Your teachers, your fathers, your nurses, your social workers are rising up.
The egg came down and splattered on the ground just over there.
We want New Zealand back. We want New Zealand back. This government does not care about its people. This government does not care about its people. Over 1 million people have said they're not happy, but what did the opposition do? Today we're here to say, give us back our country. Give us back New Zealand. When I say children, you say future. Children! Future! Children! Future! When I say children, you say future. Children! Future! Children! Future! When I say children, you say future. Children! Future! Children! When I say children, you say future. Children! Future! Children! Future! When I say government, you say must go. Government! Government! When I say government, you say must go. Government! Government! When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour! Labour! When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour! Labour! When I say Greens, you say must go. Greens! Greens! When I say Greens, you say must go. Green! Green! When I say act, you say must go. Act! Act! When I say act, you say must go. Act! Act! When I say Labour, you say liars. Labour! Labour! When I say media, you say liars. Media! Media! When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour! Labour! When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour! Labour! When I say take your hands, you say off our children. Take your hands! Take your hands! Take your masks! Take your masks! Take your hands! Take your hands! Take your filthy hands! Take your hands! Labour, take your hands! Government, take your hands! Jacinda, take your hands!
Got a drone up there.
Labour, take your
Drone up in the
hands!
sky.
Take your hands! Take your hands! When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour! Labour! When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour! Labour! When I say Labour, you say liars. Labour! Labour! When I say government, you say liars. Government! Government! When I say government, you say must go. Government! Government! When I say government, you say must go. Government! Government! When I say Cindy, you say liar. Cindy! Cindy! When I say Cindy, you say liar. Cindy! Cindy! When I say Labour, you say jail time. Labour! Labour! When I say Labour, you say jail time. Labour! Labour! When I say Wellington, you say court case. Wellington! Wellington! When I say Wellington, you say court case. Wellington! Wellington! When I say children, you say future. Children! Children! When I say children, you say future. Children! Children! When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour! Labour! When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour! Labour! When I say Wellington, you say Wellington. Wellington! Wellington! When I say Wellington, you say Wellington. Wellington! Wellington! When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour! Labour! When I say Labour, you say must go. Labour! Labour! When I say Wellington, you say Wellington. Wellington! Wellington! When I say Labour, you say Labour. Labour!
Yeah. Oh, long time no see. Welcome to the fun fair. So good seeing these faces again. I know, right? But like a reunion. I had longed for this, longed for it. Hey, look, there's a whole lot of parsley. Hey, that's really cool. A whole lot of parsley down in the median verge here. I can't say it would be that great with all the cars going past, but it's the works to be. That's awesome.
Love you.
Looking for you. I don't know voice, but somebody said, "Glory," and I was like,
Nice to see you.
"Hey, Ryan,
Hi,
Ollie."
good. Nice to meet you, man.
Welcome No, there's a little puppy. There's lots of little puppies. Oh my God! Can I show the camera?
guys! It's a little puppy! Oh,
Don't show me puppies.
that is beautiful, you guys. So much.
Are you waiting for everyone to go past and get in the back? Or go to the front again?
Don't really know what, to be honest.
No, that's it.
Winging it.
I reckon we should join in again.
Here, though, do you recognise those bells, the Hare Krishna bells? And there's an interesting costume over here. Some sort of mask skull with a whole lot of needles sticking into it. Interesting. Still plenty more people coming. Not stopping. All right, let's keep heading over to Parliament.
Right. Catch you down there.
Can you grab me a coffee or something?
I'll just get when we get there. Oh, I'm not so good.
So now, Aotearoa. It's not about health, it's about control. Take off your mask, let's join together. Aotearoa. Their power is your fear, we're here for you. Nice. Got a sleepy soul in the backpack here. I recognise those crutches. Hello, love. How you going? I'm pretty good, thank you. How are you?
Good. My phone's going flat and I wanted to run in and get a phone charger on the way. Renee's got the money. The boss has got the money.
All right, catch you there, babe. Right, we're just about at Parliament now. See the monument there on the corner. Sorry.
I work with Rose. Thanks.
Oh, Ewan. Yeah. I recognise you from the photo. Good to meet you. What's up, brother? We're gonna take it. So just over the other side there is the anti-protest group. Sounds like they're being met with a whole lot of cheers. It actually, from a distance here, it actually looks like the anti-protesters are cheering on the protesters. I'm sure they're not, but from a distance, that's what it looks like. It looks like they're actually part of this freedom rally going on. How's it going, brother? You good? Oh, no doubt. Right, let's go over and see how these anti-protesters are handling things. Sorry, I'm just getting to a spot. Sorry. Okay. Got our yellow vests over here in the corner. I can see Jace here. Oh, just remember I forgot to pull you back. I'm so sorry.
Hey, bro.
See ya. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so we've got a clear line sort of between the anti-protesters and the protesters. Got a police line on each side. So they're holding up a flag that says no room to racism. Looking around, I'm seeing so many different races. I'm seeing so many different races here, so I'm not really sure what the racism thing is about. They're chanting something, not really sure. We'll not forgive you. Okay. Oh, I just got no, apparently not. Can't buy. So I just tried to walk
ahead, and an officer put his arm out and blocked me. I wasn't aware that I had to go around this way. Good girl, stay close. Hey, good thanks.
Hey, day out of school, eh?
Field trip.
Good day.
It's okay. Oh, a red wine. Unite against fascism. They don't seem to know how to spell fascism.
Brian.
Oh, fuck Brian Tamaki. All right, so we've got signs of
Brian's so lucky, isn't he?
sexual offers. Stand against hate. Oh, wow. Keep your role play in the bedroom. I stand up for journalism. Yes, journalism.
Shame on you! Shame! Look at you! Shame! Shame!
Oh, we've got a few good masks here. I can see a guy in a gold mask over here pulling the fingers. He doesn't want to show his face, obviously. Everyone's nice and safe, masked up. Oh, except this lovely woman who's holding a sign saying, "You've been tricked, go home." We've been tricked. Oh, that's interesting. Some interesting signs, eh?
Oh, look at this dude. He's a freaky ass.
Can't put show his face, though.
Oh, and they call it a cult. They call us a cult.
I know, right? Do you remember when we put all the signage on the War Memorial here with a lot of shit through it? Right, let's get going. There's a bit of yelling back and forth between the protesters and the anti-protesters. Sorry, babe. There's a sign there that says, "Brian's not a messiah, he's just a very naughty boy." So it looks like they're assuming that all of us are here for Brian. News, we're not.
Shame! 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 Shame!
Bit of a vocal. So we've got some more media here.
What do you think about the lack of diversity on that side?
The lack of diversity. I think it's pretty diverse. You reckon? Pretty diverse.
My favourite integrated with them fine. I know, and I'm seeing all the different cultures here. Yeah, I'm seeing how much racism here.
Very interesting. God hates Brian Tamaki. Oh, God. Interesting.
Some people got about one-track minded, about Brian Tamaki, Just about us people,
Yeah.
not everyone here.
Exactly. We're not all here for our religion, are we?
Oh, there's a sign over here that says Vax Heart, mask up heart, Jacinda heart. And someone here holding a sign that says, this is a sign. We've got a hashtag in the protest. That's right. You got it, baby. Doesn't take a rocket scientist, does it? Right, how can we get around? Let's get around this way. Let's find us a bit of a vantage point somewhere. Around somehow?
Yeah.
Got Hare Krishna music over here. I don't know about you guys, but I definitely have more of an appreciation for the Hare Krishna music since Parliament. It's got that beautiful, relaxing harmony to it. And it actually never gets old. It really, really does not get old. Right. It looks like we're all making our way through the gates now.
You haven't made it easy for all the fucking bollards.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they got some decent bollards there. So it's making filing through here a little bit difficult, a little bit slow. But I mean, God forbid we bring cars in here. If it doesn't fit, we'll help you carry it over. We've just got a wee little pram next to us, which we're not sure is going to make it through the gap. So we might have to carry it over. So you can see they've got the bollards here. No, you might do. It'll be a squeeze. Let's just step back and see if this pram can get through. Oh no, we got it. That's the one. Pram over the barrier. We're good. Thank you. All right, and here we are, Parliament Grounds. Oh man, you guys. I think this is my first time back on Parliament Grounds since March. We've got some wee daffodils up here blooming. Not sure if I like what they've done with our lawn, but it's okay. Yeah. Some rather fluffy looking grass here. How's it going, bro? You good? I love your stick. I've seen you up there with it. Pretty good. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Well, good afternoon, people of New Zealand.
We've got a wee crowd here. Just a little one.
Big joy and huge welcome to you all. Right here.
For exact numbers, you'll have to check Stuff News. I'm sure we have at least 12 people here.
streets, the beautiful Wellington streets. Here we are at Parliament Grounds. Today we unite together as a movement, as one people, as we have been summoned by the People's Court to stand as the jury today in the trial of the people versus the New Zealand government. Where today we the people will decide either guilty or innocent. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. The People's Court is about to commence. Please all join me as we stand together in the national anthem, God Defend New Zealand. Thank you.
Yeah, let's sing this loud. Let's sing this proud. God of nations at thy feet, in the bonds of life we meet. Hear our voices, we retreat. God defend our free land. God Pacific trembles down from the shores of strife and war. Make her praises heard our praise. God defend New Zealand.
Awesome. Why don't you give yourselves a hand, New Zealand? I say New Zealand because you represent what is best about this nation. So put your hands together, give yourselves a hand, give yourselves a pat on the back. Welcome Wellington, welcome to those who come from all around the country to be here today. As you've seen from our opening speaker, we are here to put on trial the government of this nation. Before we do that, I want to give a bit of context. And I'd like to invite our first speaker up, first of all, to give you a context as to why we are here today. We've come on a bit of a journey, haven't we? Who's come on a bit of a journey? Gone through hell and come back, still standing, still smiling. Give it up for Aucklanders who've come all the way from Auckland. I'm giving you guys a special mention because back in October, when your city became the largest concentration camp in the country, our Prime Minister locked you down, locked the South Island down as well. But there was a man who decided to stand up and speak up even when the city was on lockdown. When you get locked down, you don't keep your mouth shut. You stand up and you speak up for what is right. And this man stood and wanted to stand with a few other people as well. But as you heard at Civic Square, others who were invited to stand, when they realized the threat that was imposed upon them by the police, decided that they would rather not stand. In spite of that, this man decided, I will still stand and I will instigate across the country a national protest platform, a united national protest platform. Let me make that quite clear. You know, he stood against even his family's wishes to stand that day. I wouldn't want my dad to stand up there and put his own freedom and livelihood at risk, but he did that. And you know the reward that came with that. For standing up and holding a mic in your hand to exercise your free rights as a proud New Zealander. He got 10 days in prison. I'm not just talking about 10 days in prison. I'm talking about 10 days in solitary confinement, isolating him from a prison population. What were they afraid of? That he would infect a population of prisoners on how to believe in themselves, how to back themselves, how to know their true identity, their true power, how to stand up with courage and to fight for themselves. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? Even the High Court of the judge, when it got to the High Court, conceded that it was wrong for him to have been in prison for the thing that he did. But you know what? The Crown would not give up. And they said, we don't want this man just to go scot-free. We're not happy about that. And so you know what happened? 78 days, not just free to walk around on the streets, but 78 days under 24-hour house arrest. 24-hour house arrest while we have true criminals that are running rampant in this nation. That gives you an example of how things have turned upside down. But I'll tell you what, folks, by then it was too late. The protest movement that was started on that day has progressed and spread right throughout the country. 160 united, organized protests later, this man was able to unite a front of amazing men, might I say, courageous men, instill courage in men right throughout the nation, myself included. And I tell you what happened under that united leadership. Look what happened throughout the cities of this nation, from the far north and Whangarei, Auckland, Hamilton, Tauranga, Whakatane, Rotorua, Gisborne, Hastings, New Plymouth, Wellington, Nelson, Christchurch, and I'll throw in there Dunedin as well. That's the united protest movement that was instigated to provide a platform of expression for every free New Zealander. I'm grateful that this man's sacrifice didn't just talk the talk. A lot of people can talk the talk about freedom. That's right, just like those politicians. But few people can walk the walk. And so I'm grateful to this man for sacrificing his own freedom and livelihood. So if there are any dissenting voices amongst us, it's time to cut it out. We got no more time for division. You know what our leadership is? Look behind you and see who is following you. Time to look towards that. The most powerful voice in this nation is not the voice of our politicians. I thought they were our politicians. It's not the voice of the police. It's not the voice of the judiciary. They all shut us out. They shut you out. The most powerful voice in this nation is the people. But has anyone bothered to ask us? No one has bothered to ask you. So here we are to stand today. I want to honour you, Brian Tamaki, the founder of the Freedom and Rights Coalition, for the united platform that you have established for every New Zealander to stand up and give expression to the life and the best life that they want in the most beautiful country in the world. I am looking forward to what you're going to bring to us today, for the hope that's going to come. So please put your hands together and welcome the founder of the Freedom and Rights Coalition, Brian Tamaki. Hello, New Zealand.
I've got sunglasses on, not because God is shining sunny after many days of rain and flooding. It's appropriate that we have this beautiful day. I have really got my sunglasses on because a couple of tears fell out of my eyes. Tears for our nation. Tears for those who had great loss in the last 2.5, 3 years of the tyranny of this government, who forced people, did not lead, was not kind, and did not consider the outcomes that would be on the nation that trusted her and her government and Parliament to work for us and not against us. But anyway, before I speak a little bit for you and we get underway and have this long-awaited court session, I want to just welcome somebody, and thank you very much, Heko, for that wonderful introduction. It was an incredibly torrid time, very taxing. I don't think a lot of people really realise what we, my wife, Emma, and our family actually went through to just stand and attend a peaceable, legal protest. And then I wasn't to know that the most dangerous weapon in this country is not guns, bullets, bombs, knives, or even wayward politicians' mouths. It was actually a mic in the hand of people who believe that we deserve better. So I want to give my wife a couple of minutes. She's the one that's had to be the jailer at my home. And I was a 24-hour curfew. The police said that they'll just turn up randomly, and if I wasn't found at home, I'd be straight back in prison. So there she is. I'll just put your hands together for a beautiful Hollywood. Hannah.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Nau mai, haere mai. It's so wonderful to have you here, and isn't it a glorious day? I think people thought we were going to get thunderstorms and rain, but we're so thankful for the beautiful weather that's come and for the beautiful people that you all are. I just want to know who I send my invoice to for 72 days of being a jailer. It was not easy. He was not an easy prisoner, I tell you that. Sometimes he was fun and sometimes he was not. And the other thing is, for all of you that were able to go to every other protest, good on you. You practiced your right to attend peaceful protests. I salute you. We were not able to be here. We had the police come to our house to make sure that he was home. You know, a few things, but reality is we're here, and I want to say this. We were here 18 years ago to the day, standing for families. We had our 3 married children here, and we had 4 grandchildren. Today we have 10 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. We are not the sort of people that go weary in doing the right things and doing good. And there is no way we will allow our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren to fight the fights that we are capable of fighting for. So parents out here, for the grandparents, and I know there are great-grandparents here today, I want to say thank you for your courage. Thank you for your aroha. Thank you for the people that you are and the family that you encouraged and supported. I also want to say for those that are unvaxxed and vaxxed, we are the same people. There is no segregation in that. We are one people. We will always be one people. Don't let people say we class ourselves differently. We do not. I'm not going to talk much longer, but all I want to say is I really respect your stance. I must admit he was a hard prisoner, but unconditional love did kick in many, many times. And he was biting at the bit to be here. Those times he was not able to. It was a restraint. but self-discipline. But today is a free day, a day of freedom, a day that we will remember, a day that we will celebrate. So thank you again from the depths of our heart and our being. God bless you all.
All right. Mr. Speaker of the House, Trevor Mallard, you just lost your job. That lady ought to be your replacement. Okay, I've just got a little few minutes they've given me, and then we'll get on to the real stuff. I just want to bring in a bit more highlight to what Hannah said, that 18 years ago, her and I and thousands of others came to this very parliamentary grounds. And that day we came here because we had to stand up to protect our families, our children, our grandchildren's future, as Hannah said. Because even way back 18 years ago, it's almost coming to 2 decades. And I was facing the Prime Minister then, Honourable Helen Clark. And in that day, I can distinctly remember coming here, and it was called Enough is Enough. Isn't it amazing, ironic, that we were standing here 18 years later and having to say the same 3 words? Enough is enough. That tells you a whole lot, because when we started back there, we were doing it for my son and my 2 daughters. Now, as Hannah said, 10 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren. That's my son over there with Enough is Enough on. And then my son-in-law and my daughters here and my extended family. Having to stand, come to the place that's supposed to be protecting us, not punishing us. That I had to stand here with thousands of others to just protect our family from what I believe began the beginning of a government that started to go rogue, decided to turn our nation into something else that we did not want, and something else that doesn't belong in this country. This is not the nation I grew up in. This is not the New Zealand I remember, where we had freedoms, where we had our individual rights, that we weren't restricted and controlled and intruded upon and interfered, least of all the government. And yet it's happened. I can recall, and I remember that statue, and I was standing here, and we were allowed up here those days. It was fairly relaxed because there wasn't the tension, the frustration, and the anger. So you can understand, after 18 years, they have not changed course. They have continued the far-left liberal agenda, seeped into our country overnight from somewhere. Helen Clark was the instigator. And when I was standing here that day, I was told by a good friend that I have here that worked with the Labour government that she was up there looking out, as they are now. In fact, they've blacked it all out, I understand. They've blacked all the windows out. Put this up, it's like, when does a government hide itself inside the building we own, and we, the people, are out here? You would think, come on. Yeah, that's deserved. You deserve it. This Parliament. How can you have a healthy nation if your Parliament is very sick? Why weren't the politicians that we voted in 120 House representatives? That's what you are, representatives. Not for your parties, not for your political flavour, not for Parliament. You are representatives for the people. You know, you've got to put your hands together and acknowledge that there are some tough Kiwis out here. On the way here, and thousands more wanted to be here, but they're trapped in the South Island. Not only by the floods and all the weather that came, but somehow they decided, the Transport Minister, I guess, I think that's Michael Wood, the River of Filth man, The only river of filth I know. He's the transport minister, I think. If I got it wrong, doesn't matter. You guys did that to us, so here's some payback. Somehow the ferries crossing had to be serviced for 24 hours. So those South Islanders who battled road detours that took them an extra 7 hours, I mean, talk about democracy in a free country. And so they couldn't get across. Many of them got trapped. So all our South Island brothers that couldn't make it today, we're standing for you. Now, hold on a minute. You know, if I was the South Island, I'd start declaring itself an independent state. If you so want to cut us off and cut the ferries off, well, you might as well do it alone, South Island. You'd probably do far better because you were locked down for 2 years and you didn't have a single case of COVID. That's nothing to do with health. Oh, we're going to enjoy a little bit more. Can I have 5 minutes, please, Speaker? And so in the North Island, when there was people wanting to travel down, these are not fruitcakes, weirdos, you know, the fringe element. These are everyday hard-working Kiwis here, and that's what I am too. You know, shame on our media that go out and start beginning to categorise us and tubby hole us and say we're this and call you that, conspiracy theorists. You know, the wacky edge. I've been in this country for 64 years. I've worked hard all my life. I've got a farming background. I have my own business in forestry. I'm a musician. I was a great rugby player. And I played league and rugby. I did well. I represented rugby. And I had the Mark II Zephyr. That was the car of the day, Mark II Zephyr. And I carry my crate of Waikato. Yes, sir, the Waikato beer in the back. Some young people might know what I'm talking about. Those are the days that we're free and young. We could go and fly like an eagle. We used to drink water out of the tap then, and we're all alive today. We used to leave our cars unlocked on the streets and nobody converted our cars. We used to leave our windows and our front door and back door open, the whole neighbourhood. The neighbourhood and the extended family whānau, that was the police force then. We all looked after each other. Kids could play into the dark and we all got home safely without being molested or abducted. Nobody shot guns in our houses and bullets. The only guns we had as a farming family, and every farmer had a shotgun and a 303 at the front door. And there was never anybody getting shot. In those days, the only thing you shot was rabbits, possums, and cows. Oh, no, that's farmers, mate. I'm all for farmers. Put your hand up and clap for the farmers. But you know what? That life's gone. I don't necessarily say let's get back to New Zealand we had. I want to see a new New Zealand created. A better one than what we had before this COVID came. 120 House representatives in the last protest. I wasn't here. I was on my way down, but the police warned me from here in Levin. I got to Levin. 3 of the guys driving me down, they said, my lawyer told me, if I came down here, I'd be immediately arrested. I said, carry on, boys. They said, no. They turned back and took me home. Probably was a wise decision. But I want to say to you that that moment was a critical moment in the history of our country and in the fate of this house behind me. It got to a point, and whatever you thought of the protesters or the protests, that's irrelevant to what I'm about to say. At one point, and we started that message way back in October when we first started, I was always anti-mandates, anti-coercion, and forcing people to take some medical procedure or be threatened to lose your livelihoods. Who would have dreamed that New Zealand would ever got to that position in place? But this is what happened. And you know, it's important to realise that 1 in 3 Kiwis at the height of the protest movement, working from October 21 to March this year to the unfortunate violent end, I want to say something to you. It was not just in the minds and the hearts of those that are called protesters. I call you people. We had to protest. But in our country, there are 1 in 3 New Zealanders, 1 in 3. I don't do too well on maths, but I think that's about 1,700,000. I'll take that figure. The media always fudge numbers. 1.7 million Kiwis. Actually, even though it was tentative and they did it from the safety of their houses or their workplaces or the privacy of their bedroom, they said they agreed. They agreed with our message. They agreed with our stand at that point that the mandates must stop. It's damaging our country, it's wrecking our economy, and it's making us into a people that we don't want to be. 1 in 3. At that moment, like today, and Prime Minister, Labour, National, ACT, Māori and Greens, you need to hear this. You don't want to make the same mistake twice. That at that point, at least one, just one, that was the moment that a backbencher could have been a hero, who would have put a statue of him or her next to that one. If one politician had the courage to come out and stand because they know they represent the people before towing a party line. We didn't vote you in there to knuckle down and be bullied into towing a party line when the people are demanding that you come and you listen to who employs you, who pays you. You come out there and you are supposed to be representing your constituents, your electorate, the people of New Zealand. It tells you how outdated Parliament is. This political or this politics here in this Parliament is irrelevant to the needs of the progress that people have made over these years, and that's the problem. We got people who want to live, who want to fulfill their potential, but we have an outdated Parliament. This is what happened. Jacinda Ardern, you know what I'm talking about. It's no use going to the Official Information Act because apparently your members have been told not to write stuff in paper. So we, the public, can't get your devious dealings and behind closed doors so that we can get this all later and really get you to the International Court, which we're heading to. Now, you've got to understand that was a critical moment in the history of New Zealand politics and this nation. So what Jacinda did, no doubt with Hipkins, Robertson, and others who were involved in this, they put together a cross-party agreement. Labour put it together. Now watch this. They sent it across to the Speaker of the House. He's the bully of all bullies. And Trevor Mallard, who's effective at bullying, went to Luxton, the National Party. Seymour, who's supposedly been a freedom banner for us and there, but he ain't, of that, and the Māori Party, and of course the Greens. And they said, this is from Labour. This is a cross-party agreement that you will agree with and sign, that you will not let any of your MPs go out that door to speak to the people of New Zealand. Now, right there is hanging by a hair. If democracy wasn't quite dead in our country, it's about to die. They signed it. Luxton signed it. Seymour signed it. Māori Party signed it. And the Greens signed it. The moment they signed it, they were all signing their political death warrant. Even if you love ACT, even if you want to vote for National because you had enough of Labour, that's a bad move. Māori Party and Greens, they all... Do you know what opposition means? By the way, that's the biggest beneficiaries of the country, is the opposition, because they're not even government, they're unemployed officially. So we're paying them a big smack of money, the taxpayers' money, to the opposition. Opposition means, in political terms, and understanding that in political relationships, the opposition is supposed to oppose the government for the people. Now, we were a hurting nation. We were a wounded nation. We had been through 2.5 years of hell, Jacinda. You ripped families apart. People's businesses were collapsed. Over 60,000 jobs. You mandated frontline workers like nurses, GPs, and the midwives. And you also destroyed our education system. There's not enough then, and you told the farmers we're going to regulate beyond reasonability. So our farmers are suffering. That's not enough too. She's gone after our firefighters. And now undervalued, underpaying. The government doesn't even pay for a service that keeps fires out of our cities, towns and houses and anywhere else. But that's not enough. I got some more F's for you. She decided to mess with our freedoms. So it's not just farmers and firefighters, it's also our families and our freedoms. She messed and split up families with vaccine apartheid. We are now defined by a liquid in a little container. You're either vaxxed and unvaxxed. I've always been pro-choice, and I respect the choice of the vaxxed. You are our friends, you're not our enemies. And as Hannah said, the vaxxed and the unvaxxed have both been lied to. And so when they signed that agreement, at that point and moment, democracy was completely killed, the fate of that parliament, and hear me, New Zealand, because I know it's not just here. We have a huge support base out there in the country of New Zealand that couldn't be here today, and they wanted to be here, but there are more people for us than actually is for them. So we can't vote for anybody in that parliament. Now Luxton and ACT and all of the others in the opposition are going around after taking away your freedoms and your rights and seeing us badly damaged through the bad policies of this government. Now they're coming back saying, vote for me. And I want to put this clearly out to mainstream New Zealand. And I'll talk about it when I finish just in a sec. I want to tell you now, you cannot vote for anybody in this. And you probably say, well, who can we vote for? Well, I'm going to bring you good news today. We don't have to put up with what they did to us. So the opposite, definitely Labour hasn't been supporting this country. He's a Prime Minister who says, she said this, I will be the Prime Minister for all. Jacinda, you said all Kiwis. You would be the Prime Minister for us as well. We're hard-working, midstream, middle families, maybe under and over. There's a mixture of all sorts of people here. We're not fruitcakes. We're not extremists. I'm not an extremist. My evidence of my fruit and my work I've done in this country speaks for itself. I'm a father, a grandfather, a husband, and a great-grandfather. I've worked hard all my life, and I'm seeing my country go down the gurgler. You said you'd be our Prime Minister. I'm going to ask you, why don't you come out and show face today? And I know you're here. Ask the Minister of Police, Hipkins, to come. Ask the Minister of Police, Chris Hipkins, to come with you. Because a few years ago, the Minister, Chris Hipkins, He actually was here protesting in these grounds. You wanna hear this? He was protesting, the Minister of Police in these grounds. That's cool. They sat in, they had their reason why they protested, it's all right. But they were charged and arrested. But later on, he received mercy through the court system and he was discharged. So Connor, I'm asking, I still got my charges, Chris. And probably what you did was worse than I did, because all I did was speak like this at a protest that I'm allowed to be at, and you charged me, and I got these charges, and I kept getting charges because I'm not guilty. When are you guilty attending a protest and speaking? So I want you to tell the Central Police Station in Auckland to drop all charges against me and my men. And my wife's got charges on her too. You better, I'll come back here 50 times stronger. And you will remove the concrete bollards because this is owned by the people, the public place. We are not wreckers, we are not violent, we never have been, you guys know. So I expect you, as I wind this up, that you would come out, Jacinda. One politician should come out. No politicians came out before. Now, I decided, and I'm going to be honest with you, I decided we need to do something about this because there is not a good political platform that represents a large percentage, and it tells me there's about 50% of this country now that want this government gone. Now we've got a weak opposition, got a very weak opposition. They're lame, they flip-flop, they fiddle around. We don't want any more career politicians running our country. I don't want any more power-hungry people on the list who've got no skills and don't know what they're doing. A kindergarten teacher ends up running and being the Minister of Police. That is crazy. So we've created this, and I've got together, and I've been working hard with some good people, and we've now established an umbrella party called Freedoms New Zealand. And it's about to be registered with the Electoral Commission. Now, here's the miracle they said that you couldn't have. Could you unite the small parties? And I thought, yes, that's something I can do. I'm not standing personally myself, but this is something that I could do. I believe I could use what talent and gifts, and there's a whole lot of people in this country right now who could do far better job than all those people here. And so it's registered, but we now have 3 parties, 3 good parties that have made a commitment. 2 are here today, 1 is in London. 2 have signed a memorandum of agreement. They're totally committed. The 3rd one's just finally getting the sign-off and approval from their people and their board, but they've given a thumbs up. So that's 3 good parties that have already committed and united to fight for what is right, to bring a whole new era of politics. We need a new election. We need a new government. And so the people of New Zealand, it's out. I won't say the names right now. Well, I could do if you want. You want to? All right. The first one is the New Nation Party. The second one is Vision New Zealand, which polled. The 3rd one is the Outlaws and Freedom Party for Sue Graham. As I said, Sue and her team are still getting the final things together, but we're quite certain that's a sign-off. We have 2 other parties that are also talking and are very interested. So I'd imagine, you know, as the year rolls on, this is going to be a very powerful political platform. We want you to be represented. We need a decentralized government and get it back into the communities on the ground. But that's all I can say about that. I would love you to, as soon as you see it come up online, to begin to join us. With all my heart, I'm telling you, I've been around for a while and I've supported National. I've voted Winston, New Zealand first. But, you know, now I have no confidence in making these mistakes for my children and grandchildren's future. I want something that's sound, that's going to be for the people, has great policies, is going to enshrine the Bill of Rights into supreme law status to protect our individual rights, and this will never happen again. I actually want to call out the Democracy New Zealand Party and also the New Conservatives. You need to join the umbrella of hope. And get under it. So I'm putting that call out to both of those. You know who I'm talking about. And who knows? Anybody else? New Zealand First, I know Winston gave us this, but you know, there's people out there with New Zealand First who probably feel like us. They resonate with what we believe about our country. Okay, thank you so very much. You've given me a bit more space. And I want to say, I just love the freedom community, and I love those New Zealanders, those Kiwis who are believing for a better country. They don't like the direction this country's going in. I love you with all my heart. I thank you so much for supporting Anna and I. Yeah, we take a lot of stuff. I'm not going to start on the mainstream media. You'll keep. But Sharma, Dr. Sharma drama, I understand he's been expelled. He's now an independent MP. Now, hold on. Here's a message for you, Dr. Sharma. You probably heard this, or you may be still thinking about what you're going to do in the future. I would say you need to give me a call. Well, as I say, the more the united, divided, are you together? Okay. Helen Clark said up in the window, the man that was working for them had a conversation with me. And I was speaking like this, and she said, "The 3 people down from up as a young Jacinda Ardern." And Helen said, "That man is dangerous." That's 80 years ago. Well, I fulfilled your prophecy, Helen, wherever you are. She said to me I'd go away. I told her she would be finished soon because she's been voted in. And if I can say this, please, with all respect to your beliefs, God put me in this position. That's my calling. So I said, you'll be out with a shout soon, because people vote you in and they'll vote you out. I'll be still here. Well, how do you know, Helen? She went, and I was still here. Jacinda, you will be voted out, and same with all of Labour and all of National, and you'll be voted out. But guess what? Brian Tamaki will still be in his same job. Thank you very much. God bless you.
This will be a government.
Becomes Judge Green.
This will be a government for all New Zealanders. Effective immediately, we will move to alert level 3, move to level 4. As a government, we will do everything in our power to protect you.
Family harm these days. And in the first few days of lockdown, they said there was a 24% spike in their harm. The ugliness that's reported, that is, because 80% of it gets swept under the rug. When someone leaves their abusive partner and went to their family, and their family wouldn't let them into their house because they were outside of their bubble.
A great sense of fear, because I knew a lot of people have been working during lockdown and have now come back. And some of these people were forced to leave school. So I'd be sitting in class and then I'd watch someone walk in and give the teacher their leavers notice.
It's been a hell of an ordeal for Brad Stevenson to see his dying dad.
It put a lot more stress on me than it should.
At 4:45, he was finally picked up and driven the 209 kilometres to Tauranga Hospital. Brad got just 2 hours with his dad before being driven back to MIQ, arriving at 1 a.m. 7 hours later, he was released just to drive back to Tauranga Hospital.
Yeah, man, but going, unfortunately, came on it again for 4 weeks. So just letting you all know, as I've been here for an hour, and maybe the phone's rang about 20 times, just asking us.
Yes, so will you, in this country, have sanctions against people who don't take or aren't vaccinated against?
Oh, we haven't done that because actually when you look at the levels of vaccination we managed to reach in New Zealand, they are high.
But no penalties if you don't.
I see no reason to do that. There's no vaccination, no summer fun. If you want to go to bars and restaurants, get vaccinated. If you are not vaccinated, there will be everyday things you will miss out on.
Sue McIntyre did her bit last year, lining up for her first jab. But a week later, she looked in the mirror and found part of her face was frozen.
And I went to brush my teeth and the toothpaste was drilled out of one side of my mouth and the other side was completely motionless. I couldn't move one side of my face.
Tests at hospital revealed she had developed Bell's palsy, a sudden and usually temporary paralysis of a facial nerve. For Sue McIntyre, the experience was terrifying. Ashley Bloomfield has since rejected her plea, saying he was not satisfied the exemption criteria had been met.
So basically, this is going to be like almost like people who don't see like this in two different classes of people vaccinated or vaccinated means rights. If you are vaccinated,
That is what it is.
yeah.
Yeah. While this is by no means the largest protest Parliament has seen, it's one of the ugliest. Speaker Trevor Mallard, the boss of Parliament, looked on, the police resorting to forceful removal.
What we saw today was not representative of the vast bulk of New Zealanders.
Did you consider going outside to meet him?
No. But underneath all of that, Madam Speaker, there is a river of filth.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session of the New Zealand People's Court. My name is Justice Southing, and I am the judge assigned to this court. You have been summoned for the case of the people and the New Zealand people. This is a criminal case under the structure of the International Criminal Court. This case has been brought by the plaintiffs, the people of New Zealand. Who will be represented by Prosecutor Hector Robertson. The defendant is the New Zealand government. As yet, they have chosen not to attend court and have not provided representation. If they do not show, we will only hear from the prosecution today. The charge brought against the defendant is crimes against humanity, as detailed in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. Specifically, Article 7(1)(k). Inhumane acts intentionally causing great suffering or serious injury to body, mental or physical health. This is a serious charge. As the jury, your responsibility is to listen carefully to the accusations being made and the first-hand experiences of the witnesses. And after this, I will briefly recess the court for you to deliberate, and then will require your decision as to whether the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the crime that has been claimed. Jury, I thank you for your service today. I now invite the prosecutor to present his opening statements. Court is now in session.
Thank you, Your Honour. Your Honour, from 2020 to 2021 and 2022, in almost every area of society,
This government has continuously failed to uphold its responsibility to its people. Like a financial sieve, its irresponsible decision-making has been draining New Zealand of resource. It has emptied taxpayer coffers as it implements inhumane policies in an effort to boost its own reputation on the international political stage. It locked out Kiwis from their own country at a time when they needed home the most. It left New Zealand businesses bleeding out, many with little chance of survival if they hadn't already died. And the hopes and dreams of hard-working everyday Kiwis lay steaming in its wake. New Zealand, Your Honour, is wounded and hurting, and the abuser is its own leadership. Shortly, Your Honour, I will invite a number of witnesses to the stand, and they will provide evidence of how the inhumane acts of the New Zealand government over the COVID-19 health response period have affected them personally. These accounts are confronting, but they show the brutality, the inhumanity that is the true representation of this government. Today, these witnesses will show you, and the jury will prove beyond reasonable doubt, that the New Zealand government is guilty of crimes against humanity for inhumane acts affected on its own people.
Thank you, prosecution. And I now invite you to call your first witness to the stand.
Thank you, Justice Stalvey. The United Nations called domestic violence a shadow pandemic. Contributing factors included the stress of lockdowns, housing insecurity, financial stresses due to income loss and unemployment, and people's isolation from their support systems. And in New Zealand, we were not exempt from this. Prior to COVID, in 2019, Your Honour, there were 151,609 reported cases, domestic violence cases. That rose to 165,039 in 2020 as these restrictions were implemented. And at the height of the government's COVID measures in 2021, that number increased to over 172,000 cases of domestic violence. And those are just the ones that are reported. I now invite the first witness to the stand, Hazel Tukarini. Hazel, you're a witness to the claim that this government has acted inhumanely against its own people. Can you please tell the jury about what it was like to parent your children during the government's COVID-19 health response period?
Sure. Hello everyone. My name is Hazel Tukarati. I just wanted to start off introducing myself and just being a voice for so many women out there and men that they had their voice taken away. I was born and bred in Māngere and currently live in Rua. So right in the thick of what I'm about to speak about. My husband, he hails from the far north, from Kaitaia, and he's based in Bluff. So I'm speaking to anyone in between those towns. That's all of New Zealand right now. So I'm going to set the tone and put it all about domestic violence. So for me and my family, I'm a mother of 11. Me and my husband have 11 children. And I'm proudly fully unvaxxed. So when our country went into this phase of lockdown, it was so daunting on me and my family. We have a housing house and we stay in Mandarina. So our family being so big, what went on in my head and my husband's head was anxiety and worry and fear. And any of our children get sick, any of us get sick, that we could all die, because that's what the government told us. So we did lock our kids up. We wouldn't let them play outside, we wouldn't let them out the gates, because that's what the government told us to do. not to associate with anybody else. So we live in a two-story home with quite odd. There's a one bedroom upstairs. And for me and my husband, we told our kids that that's where they will be staying until this lockdown is over. You can imagine the pressure our kids were under, and us as parents, being very overprotective parents, and we just didn't want a germ or anything to come near our children, because this is what we were told we were told. We would sanitize the grounds, do, extreme things as parents. Sanitize our shoes. As you're gonna, I was a shopper, I went up the road. And during this time, it was so much stress and frustration to our tamariki and to us. Every time someone exited the house, there was a kariki about that. Whether or not they're going to bring home COVID, and the anxiety I had being the person doing the shopping, I'm going to make my kids sick. And that stand that I took to not be vaccinated, when the vaccination came around, the peer pressure that put on us as well. Let alone finances, I don't have to explain that. The amount of children I have. So let's talk about violence. That side of things, it became violent in my children. During the COVID lockdown, I lost my kids. I was in because I wanted to go to school and school reopened. But I was that afraid of sending my kids to school, because that's what we were told. That's what we were told. That I wouldn't let them. And I had children that were blindness. They're doing so well. Well, the media would show things like morning lights, people colour coordinating their clothes. We didn't go through that, not at all. We were trying to fight for our family to stay well. So my kids would, my big girls, because they're bigger than me, one was in year 13, the other in year 12, and they would fight me because they would fight me to get down the stairs just to go to school. But I knew I was doing the right thing, because that's what the government told me.
Yeah.
So my kids pulled me way up and ran to school just to, within the first week, they started back to school was closed again. They were locked up again. So I felt like the government exposed my kids to the virus by letting them go back to school and go around everywhere and telling us not to. And I feel like we will never get that time back. We will never undo harm that has been done. So I just want to tap into that percentage of people that went through domestic violence. It was out the roof. We stayed in Rewa, there was fallouts all around us. So just know that you have a voice through me.
Hazel, the inhumane policies of the New Zealand government in regards to the police's ability to respond to domestic violence situations, those that affected you personally as well. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Okay. With me and my husband, we're dealing with all the children that are upset, frustrated, have guts. You put anyone in the room for that's gone, but it's like being in a cage. And we would have to deal with this conflict all the time and try and settle and try and reassess everything every day. And it caused us to fight a lot, more than we ever had. Because we're right in each other's space, we're not allowed to leave, we're not allowed to go to whānau. Whānau didn't want us to come over either, because we burst their bubble. So we felt so isolated. It just felt like we had no voice. Everything was on the phone, we were on hold forever. No one answered.
Thank you, Hazel. Well, during you've seen the impacts of isolation, you've seen it compounded, you've heard the statistics of 172,000 cases of domestic violence and the strain on the police force and an inability to respond to it. So Hazel, I would like to thank you for providing your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing to that. When we had a big fight, my sons, I went to the one neighbour and I asked her to use, can I use your phone to ring the cops? And you know what she said to me? She said to me, should I ring men up or should I ring the police? And I really wish we had rung men up because they rang the police. And the question I was asked over the phone, let alone my life was at risk. And so when I come to the key, they asked me if I was vaccinated. They asked me the size of my family, if they were vaccinated. And you know what I answered? So they took 3.5 hours to come. 3.5 hours, and during that time, who knows what could have happened. I had to hibernate, I had to hide myself within my neighbour's home, someone that was loving enough to help another New Zealander. So really stuff the government. We need to sack that government ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Hazel, for coming. You've just seen a snapshot inside the home, inside the four walls of what represents many New Zealanders during that time. Thank you, Your Honour. I'd like to introduce my next witness. At the height of government lockdown measures, no tamihanga or funerals were allowed. During level 3 lockdown, funerals were still limited to just 10 people. Families were restricted from performing cultural practices in their homes. And before that, they were left with saying goodbye to their loved ones, handing them over to the hands of the funeral director and being forced to wave goodbye at the front door. During 2020 and 2021, there were 34,000 deaths in New Zealand. That is 34,000 Kiwi families that were restricted in the way that they could grieve their loved ones. 34,000 families denied the one opportunity to honour their loved ones in the appropriate way and in a way that would make them heal. Surely there would have been another way for families to express their grief. I now invite my next witness to the stand, Mr. Paris Winiata. Paris, you've had to face every parent's worst nightmare during this time. In your own words and in your own time, could you please tell the jury here today your experience and how this government's inhumane policies have affected you and your family?
The prosecutor has alluded to the 34,000 families that suffered losses last year. My wife and I were one of them. We're not to take anything away from the families that lost loved ones. Ours unfortunately wasn't due to natural attrition. Ours was a promise that was given to us before we were married, that we would be born a boy. This boy was a promised child that we said long before. Passed away at the age of 14 months. And the government and their restrictions did not allow my father, our friends, key people in our lives that were going to deliver us strength, hope, and peace to grieve during this process. We're not talking about 2020 in the level 4 lockdown, we're talking about August 2021 when science and statistics showed us that COVID was not a threat to our communities. For the last nearly 12 months, I've sat here wondering why my son? And it's become evident today that this burden that I must carry is a burden that I must carry so that no one here in my nation has to carry that burden ever again. That if your loved ones pass away, I will stand and fight so that you can go through the grieving process that you so deserve.
Thank you, Paris. Paris, at the time that you were carrying out the funeral for your boy, I'd like to ask you about your vaccinated family members, because vaccinated family members, surely the government would have allowed them to attend the funeral, as the government were the ones who were ensuring the safety of the vaccination.
As we've clearly established here today, that the government have lied over and over and over again. And like most people, I wasn't truly aware of the extent until it affected me personally, me and my family. And that's why I choose to stand today, so that no one else has to go through the same thing. I would rather give you foresight rather than hindsight. They told us, if you want to go to music festivals, get vaccinated. If you want to be able to work in your chosen career, get vaccinated. They said, if you want to attend tangihanga, get vaccinated. If you want to mourn and grieve with your whānau and friends, get vaccinated. Well, I had family and friends double vaccinated, wearing masks, complying in every aspect that the government put upon us, and were still unable to attend my son's tangi. If that's not enough for you to get rid of this government, I don't know what is.
Thank you, Paris. Paris, I just want to, there's a process of grieving that is natural to all people. That takes time, but it's particular around having family around. Can you please talk about how the government's actions affected your grieving process?
The process is still going through today. Still unable to see whānau and friends, loved ones. It's like going over his burial. Every single time I see a whānau member or friend that was unable to visit his tangi, that the embrace is all over again. The strength that should have been provided for me on the day that I laid him to rest is continuing to have to overflow and overflow, and the memories of the tragic things that we saw, that I went through, is played over and over and over again. And I speak not just from physical harm, but mental welfare. We already know we're in a state of emergency with our mental health and where we're at. And I've got whānau and friends that I haven't seen for a long time that are here today, flying all the way from Australia. To be here with everyone else, to stand and fight. And for me, that's, again, going back over that, that's that embrace that they're giving me is an embrace that they should have been able to give me. That was my right to attain that embrace and that grieving process when I laid him to rest. I shouldn't be forced to have to go through over and over and over again the tragic loss that happened to me and my family. But in my closing statement, I do want to say, as hard as it has been, and the loss that we have had to go through, I will go through it over and over and over again, so that my fellow citizens of New Zealand won't have to go through it.
Thank you very much, Paris Wellington, for your testimony. Here you see, Your Honour, an example of how the inhumane practices of this government have tampered with the natural process of human care and love for one another. I'd like now to call my next witness to the stand, Your Honour. From September to November of 2020, over 16,000 New Zealand businesses closed permanently, compared to 7,000 over the same period in the year before. Your Honour, that's an increase of 127%. Business closures were prominent in the sectors most affected by the pandemic, including hospitality, tourism, wholesale trade, and the fitness sectors. For business owners, Your Honour, closing a business can be like a death. Years of sheer hard work all down the drain despite their very best efforts, and the feeling of failure and uncertainty of the future can deeply affect their mental well-being. I would like now to call upon the next witness to the stand, Steve Oliver. Thank you for being here today, Steve. Could you please tell us about your business and how the government's lockdowns have affected it initially?
Yeah, my name's Steve Oliver. We just run a family gym. It's just a regular gym in West Auckland. And, you know, we've just been, 3 generations deep in the community. And we just, you know, the community's the focus. And we were talking about lockdown, and, you know, we could just see, you know, the first lockdown we done as we're told, and we locked down, and we could see in the community, all these experts were telling us stuff was going on. It was like watching an episode of Shorter Street. It was like something's happening on TV, but in reality, in the community, it's not happening. So we just made a call, and we're like, man, you know, there's people out there suffering, there's people losing their families, people losing their jobs. You know, mental health is a real issue. That's the killer in our community, so we're just going to open up. So we just wanted to be a safety net and a safe place for the fathers and the mothers that you know, were losing everything at the time, and you know, the families that couldn't access, you know, couldn't go to the movies with the family, couldn't go to the pools, couldn't go to the library. You know, it's such a danger to the community. And the kids, you know, the kids at 12 years old were given, you know, time to make a choice whether they took a needle or not, when you know, adults regret a tattoo after 2 weeks. And you know, they were kicked out of their family networks, they were kicked out of their sports teams, you know, and just at the time, a real crucial time when kids are trying to find their identity was huge. So there was a real mental health issue going right through the family, from the adults right through to the children. So we just wanted to be that safe space, and wanted to stay open just for the community.
So Steve, you made a courageous decision to stay open, to provide all the services and the care that you normally do for your community. Can you tell me how the government dealt with you not wanting to close your doors?
We were just beginning, you know, constant emails and constant phone calls telling us that they're going to prosecute and shut us down. There was a lot of pressure, a lot of pressure on us as a family, and you know, they just make visits, coming around to my business, and they're trying to make us out like we're criminals. And I just said, man, I've got kids that are suicidal. I'm the only safe place for these kids. I'm the only place they can go. So if I close the door, that's on me. You know, so go ahead, throw your flags around, and you know, they went to the extent of redirecting our general phone line to a vaccine hotline. I don't think they got too many hits in Finland, but yeah, it's pretty feeble.
So you took the fines as one thing, but the additional pressure, and I would say the word bullying that has been directed at your family, I guess that further compounds the threat to your business. What were the personal effects on your family of that?
I mean, a lot of anxiety, you know, with a full life and always, you know, going out and being in school and business and everything, and proud of what we've achieved, and you know, it's a real time. It's a lot of pressure on the family. It's a lot of pressure on, you know, like 5 kids in the house, or 8 kids. All up, we've got, you know, my baby just had a 2-year-old birthday just Saturday, and you know, you feel bad, you know, because the pressure's real. The kids, you know, you're missing out on those, you know, those beautiful years with the kids, and it's pressure, and you know, sometimes you just got to do what's right. We get a lot of personal costs.
Thank you, Steve. I'd like to thank you for your testimony today. Thank you, prosecution. If you could introduce your fellow witness, please. Thank you, Your Honour. 62,000 Kiwis reported experiencing an adverse reaction to the COVID-19 vaccine that was recommended by the government. 3,500 of them reported serious life-shortening reactions, including myocarditis, stroke, heart inflammations, paralysis, and heart attacks. As lockdown restrictions relaxed and we went back to our normal lives, there was a large group of Kiwis who could not go back to normal. Many of them had trusted the government and were trying to remain compliant in order to keep their jobs and support their families, but they have been seriously injured, and life as they knew it had dramatically changed. You and I now invite the next witness to the stand, Tanya Martin. Tanya, your husband Rob has been affected by the government's vaccine mandates during this time. Could you please tell the jury your experience?
So, yeah, I'm here to be a witness on behalf of my husband. This is my husband. I put him on a t-shirt. I made this for this occasion. He's over here. So he was here at the last freedom protest. But yeah, since COVID, his life has been flipped upside down for the worse. I'm here on his behalf, but I'm also standing for all that's injured. There's thousands and thousands and thousands, and many that have lost their lives. So I'm here to represent them. My husband, he's a good man. He's a good man, and he's the strongest man I know. But he was fit and he was healthy. And yeah, 18 years ago we were here. We were here protesting, and enough is enough. And my husband, he was a specialized usher. He was up there at the front, more than well able to hold his own. But he can't anymore. He needs a stick to aid him while he walks. He is in constant pain. And he has chest pains, and he's in agony, and now, you know, if he needs to get a long distance, he needs a wheelchair. And that's what the vaccination has done to him.
I'm sorry to hear that, Tanya. You know, New Zealand has ACC to provide financial relief and support to Kiwis who are dealing with injuries and accidents. This is what our taxes pay for. How has ACC supported your family during this time?
ACC who? What? Nothing. Nothing. We've paid our taxes. We've worked many years. And for what? A vaccination injury is not an accident. A heart attack and a stroke is not an accident. Where are we going? We're back on a benefit? Oh, and can I ask you a question? Not you, but maybe ask the government, Jacinda Ardern, this question's for you. Where's my supported living payment? I didn't get that. My husband didn't get that, but you go and pay it to people that are dead in a grave, and you go and pay it to people that are overseas that don't need. And we need it because we don't have a job anymore. But I didn't get a living supported whatever payment.
Tanya, you're clearly not getting the support that is due to you and that your taxes and our taxes pays for. Without having that support, and with what your husband is going through right now, take me a little bit through what your day-to-day life looks like now.
Day-to-day, it's a little bit hard for me. Like, it's not about me; it's about my husband. And I'm standing for all that's injured. But in my home right now, I've got an 11-year-old daughter who has a silk tip, so she's got one leg longer than the other. I've got a muko who was in hospital last night because of a virus. And I tell you, you know, before COVID, they didn't tell you about a virus. If you had kids that were sick, they would say viral infection. Now they're naming all the viruses. They're making sure that it's not a COVID. They name all the viruses out there. But, you know, we all got pressures of life. We're all going through things. So just add on top of all of that, my husband, who's in constant pain. It's just not right. It's
Thank you, Tony. Thank you for your testimony.
God bless.
Thank you, prosecution. Could you please make both statements?
Thank you, Your Honour. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the testimonies of all the witnesses that have stood before you today. These stories, well, they are but representative of the thousands upon thousands upon thousands of New Zealanders who had their lives adversely affected and impacted by what they have been through by this government, our defendant. And you've seen just a snapshot of what goes on behind the four walls of their private homes. That's a simple snapshot of the wider impacts that have happened to many, many families that go unnoticed, that go unacknowledged, and they go ignored by the defendant, this government. If I can remind you today, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the charge that has been brought to the court this morning is about inhumane acts, intentionally causing great suffering or serious injury to body, mental, or physical health. I'm sure that you will be in agreement with me that the testimonies that you have heard today attest to the very thing that this charge is holding against this government. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's critical for you to find the defendant guilty of the charges held and send a strong message to this government, to the defendant who is on trial today, that their actions cannot continue. The evidence that you've seen today is undeniable. It's not anecdote, it's not media lies, it's undeniable evidence of this government's heartless, inhumane treatment to its own people. I trust, jury, that you will reach a verdict fitting of this defendant's inhumane actions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you, prosecution. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard from the prosecution and each of the witnesses today. It is now time for you to deliberate amongst yourselves and deliver your verdict as a group. Shortly, the court will go into recess, and when the court resumes, if you believe the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, you will be asked to shout out guilty. If you believe the defendant is not guilty, please remain silent. Now, I just want to reiterate that and repeat it so that we're clear. When the court resumes, if you believe the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, you will be asked to shout guilty. If you believe the defendant is not guilty, please remain silent. Until then, court is in recess for 2 minutes. Ciao.
All right, so we're in recess for a bit. Couple of minutes.
Is anybody coming out yet? Is any politician coming out to talk to the people?
No, we've got no politicians out, but we do have a whole lot of cameras up there on the balcony. We can only assume it's mainstream media of some sort.
Well, it looks like people of New Zealand, I really think somebody should have come out today. I think the New Zealand media need to report on the fact is that this is absolutely undemocratic. It is a snub in the face of the people of New Zealand that after 2 protests, now you had excuse, Jacinda, last one.
Let's see, Kane Alexander here from Tararoa Freedom Family. Looks like he's doing some
this one
security work today.
Family in future. You should be able to come out, somebody, because this is everyday New Zealanders. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes while a couple of people come here because I still got a little wee bit of faith. It's draining it quickly. That one politician would reply, maybe resurrect democracy in New Zealand again. Okay, 2 minutes, then you're going to get the verdict. I thought it'd be really awesome because of this new political establishment we've done. I hope you're going to join us. I'm in, all my family. I want Hannah, who actually polled recently, that's pretty cool, and for Michael to have a couple of minutes each to tell you that it's true what I said. Come on, Michael. Give me a hand.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, New Zealand. We've heard some very eloquent words. I'm just going to tell you I am here and represent New Nation Party. We're new, we're one nation, and we are a party. This government is in self-destruction mode. I can assure you of that. But there is an answer to it. They don't listen to protests, we all know that. They don't listen to petitions, and they don't listen to referendums. But we can beat them in the ballot box. And I can assure you, the New Nation Party will back this new umbrella party 100%. The situation is extremely serious. The country is broke. If there was any major upset now, whether it be another major earthquake, foot in the mouth, whatever, this government cannot pull us out of it. They have wasted billions. There's a price to be paid for that, and it's in the ballot box. They're as good as gone, and you have my commitment via the New Nation Party. We will be part of it, and there's no stone unturned that we will not to achieve that result.
Oh, hello again. Okay. Some of you did not realise that my Vision Party, Vision New Zealand, was still around, but then I polled, and so obviously some of you did. We're very consistent. Our main push is for families. It always has been. It was no mandates, all those things, and the free for you to make a decision whether you were vaccinated or not. It's still 100% the same. Vision New Zealand. And we're very thankful for those people that did put us through the polls. It was actually a big surprise when I sat in front of the camera. And
see a T-shirt over here.
How do you feel about the fact that
it says abort Ardern before she goes full term.
Lovely, isn't it? It was such a surprise. And I said, obviously, people have seen Brian and I together standing for the rights of all New Zealanders. And I think that's what attributed to Vision New Zealand polling. The last thing I want to say is this. Sometimes you've been guilty of association. For me to poll, I didn't mind being guilty of association with Brian Tamaki. But when I got arrested and put on bail for being married to Brian Tamaki, I disagree and disapprove of that. I want my charges dropped. I want my DNA destroyed. I want my... Actually, can I give you a little joke? Can I? Sorry, you're standing in the sun. When they took my mugshot, I was like this. Because when you see mugshots, they're pretty ugly because people feel sad, but I knew I was innocent. Please enroll, join this party, join Vision, join the umbrella. We're allowed to be part of two parties. If you're a part of either of ours, please join the umbrella. Freedom's New Zealand. Thank you.
Freedom, 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 freedom. Okay. What's the verdict? Oh, sorry. That's... I get in trouble. All right. Court is back in session. Okay. Would the jury please give me their full attention? It says in here for you to rise, but you're already standing. That's good. The jury, please give me their full attention. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is yours. On the count of crimes against humanity or inhumane acts, How does the jury find the defendant guilty or not guilty? Yeah. Order in the court. Order in the court. You have delivered a guilty verdict for the defendant. And I acknowledge for many of you here that this trial is the culmination of an emotional and distressing past 2 years for the COVID-19 health response period. And because of that, I thank you, jury, for your service today. And I hope that collectively you'll reach an appropriate sentence when the opportunity is presented to you. Court is adjourned. Kia ora. Thank you. Thank you, Judge Dree. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. When's the sentencing? Okay, well, you will see that. Watch this space. Ladies and gentlemen, what you saw enacted on the grounds of Parliament, this was not theatre. This was real lives. And so I would like to acknowledge the witnesses who stood, as I acknowledge every single man and woman here today, because they represented the spirit that you're living with in your own homes. And I acknowledge you for standing in courage to adversity and continuing to stand. More people are joining us. More people are coming to your light as you stand boldly and courageously. I want to acknowledge Brian Tamaki for the work that you've put in. I know you've been kept away from this place for many times, but here we are today. The heavens have opened and we're moving forward. So I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that keep on moving on. Keep on focusing. You heard at the centre, text move to 366 and you'll be able to keep track of everything that's going on. If you're in Palmerston North tomorrow, we will be in Palmerston North, pushing despite for freedom and most importantly, despite the unity. You've all got a vote. Let's bring it together. United we stand, divided we... Thank you. I'm going to pray and then we're going to end. God of nations, at thy feet, in the bonds of love we meet. Hear our voices, we entreat. God defend New Zealand. Amen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep in touch and we'll see you real soon. Safe travels home, convoy. Give yourselves a hand, New Zealand.
Awesome, New Zealand, give it up.
Right, it looks like a lot of people are heading out of Parliament grounds now. I'm seeing numbers move outside of the gates of Parliament. There's also a good crowd that seems to be sticking around. Looks like Brian's got a a few media organisations at him at the moment. Looks like he's giving an interview. What's up, brother? Right, kia ora whānau, we're going to end our live here. I'm going to have a break, have a coffee, and I'll be up again live later should anything go down. So I'm going to be staying here on site. We're not going anywhere just yet, so I will be live from Parliament grounds in a little bit after I've had a break. So ngā mihi nui whānau, ka kite anō, see you soon. Oh, National. Stay live, no one else is. Well, I can just leave the camera sitting here, absolutely. I just thought you guys might be a bit bored. So if you like, I can just leave it here. And I'm just going to go and have a bit of a break and get a coffee. How's it going, brother? Good. What a gorgeous day for it, eh? Yeah, amazing. Put it like storm down up, right? Yeah, that's right. Nah, we're good. Can I leave you in charge of the camera again? It's not mine, is it? I don't do anything. Just make sure no one steals it. I'm just gonna go get my coffee cup. I think I left it over there. Kia ora, we're back. There's certainly a lot of people that have left Parliament grounds. I've heard a few people say they're heading over to the Old Bailey for a late lunch, maybe a brew. Some are going to come back here, some are not. But hey, let's go for a walk around, eh? Let's walk around, guys. Chat to some people. Okay. Yep, I'll flip you guys a message once we're here. Can't wait.
Boom, white shirt, white trousers. Get here. No? No.
Gotta love the wee puppies, hey? What competition today? I thought it was. So we've got the real rucksack over here who's come over from Australia. Looks like he's just holding an interview at the moment. Ka pai. Oh, look at our little doggy friend. We've got a wooden cross here. Kia ora. Got someone playing something on a speaker over here. Not really sure what it is.
On the street with no helmet, but with a face off mask on, and you just wonder what kind of calculation goes into that.
I think that you must wear a mask when you're in the middle of a desert, when you're in your car alone driving, when you're bicycling through, St. James Park. This kind of stuff is nonsense.
Well, there's a lot of personal responsibility around mask wearing at the moment. I see that in Wellington out and about during the day. People.
We've got our Putahimana photographer over here. Getting a few friendly poses, I'm sure. A couple more beautiful doggies. And let's see how our anti-protesters are going. And it looks like they've cleared house. They've gone. Not sure how long they stayed, but they obviously didn't have the dedication that the rest of the people here seem to have. Oh, who remembers our gardens starting over here? It's where our veggie garden started. I can hear a violin playing in the background. And I'm wondering if it's our friend Alex, who was doing a lot of playing at the protest at Parliament, and she also did a lot of playing for us at the 14 Days of Unite. So I'm just heading towards the violin sound to see who it is. Oh, I think it's definitely Alex. I recognise this tune. Make our way through these weedy concrete blocks again. Oh, that's awesome! All the stickers. Kia ora.
Are you coming into our rohe manawa too, eh?
I am, brother. Can't wait. It is Alex.
It's quite a support network, eh, in our rohe, eh?
Hold on, let me just put this down.
Yep. Okay. Coming into our rohe, eh, to hold a freedom, open, yeah, yeah. All right, what you know, oh, hey, we look at all right. What you know, I think we're just going
I love your umbrella. Very cool. Woo! Yeah!
hate each other. Okay.
Yeah, zipping through there.
Oh, look at this young guy enjoying riding down the hill on his skateboard. Good on him. Looks like fun.
One day I said to my brethren, come, bring me some good Jamaican sense. When a man comes with the rapid Jamaican sense, brown and nasty, not brown and sticky. New Zealand weed is better than Jamaican weed. New Zealand weed better than Jamaican weed.
Beautiful. All right, let's keep strolling around. We go up around this side. So I'm not sure if you guys remember, but back in those 14 days of Unite when I was here filming, we actually came upon a good healthy looking marijuana plant just in here, which I think was taken by a member of the public after we spotted it. But it was growing quite healthily in this little area here. There was a lot of lettuce and bok choy and spinach and stuff planted in these areas. Looks like someone's put a few daffodils in there now. There were some good sized bok choys down here last time we were here. Just going to grab a sip of water here. Okay, let's go head up here towards the, is it the backbencher place? Just up this way. Still a good number of people gathered on Parliament grounds. Looks like everyone's just socialising quite peacefully. Carleen! It's amazing the riffraff you run into around these parts. I'm live, guys. So you know. Yeah, do that again. How you guys doing? Hey, I just had someone else was just asking if you were here. I can't remember who it was though.
Yeah,
but
man, we're right up the front.
Hey, too much. All right, that's awesome. Yeah, what are you guys up to from here?
We were going to go and stay with a mum we've been helping in Wellington, but she's not doing too well, so we're kind of in the wind.
Fair enough.
I know.
Me too.
We're going to go home, go back to Wellington, stay there for a couple of nights, and then head back Thursday.
Oh, can't wait.
But
yeah.
You know,
how's everything back home?
Yeah, it's boring. It's why.
Yeah, it's really nice being back in this atmosphere, back in this environment with all our tribal people. It's great. Yeah, good to see you, baby.
Hi, how are you?
This receipt, man. Feel free to aim the camera at something more interesting.
Dogs are interesting.
Nice, but open.
I don't have my whānau, just a battery pack swap over so we can keep this thing going. Certainly glad I've prepped the power banks. Yeah, let's go for a walk up here. Yeah, that's the backbencher there. That is the balcony that I climbed up to film that footage on the 2nd of March. I was just sitting up there quietly in the corner, trying to cause the least amount of attention to myself as possible. So we've got a truck set up here with some sounds coming out. It's funny when I look up and down these streets, all I really see is what used to be here over those 3 weeks we were camping out. It's quite hard to see it for what it is now. I remember our big welcome banner, Freedom Village, coming across here. Kia ora. I remember standing up on those pillars filming while the police were aiming. Well, they wouldn't say it was tear gas, but they certainly had fire extinguishers on us. Yes. Oh, it's all good, mate. All sorted. She's good. Good to see you.
Let's get one more walk up now, then we are.
So that looks like, is that a camera of some sort? Yeah? Okay, hide the camera.
Hop over there, he's filming us.
Oh, that's all right.
Film him, filming us.
Oh, we had hundreds of plants in that garden over there, didn't we, whānau?
You're cool and right. Oh, thanks.
It looks like we've got Chantal doing an interview here at the moment.
Yes, Chantal. Love you. Tell the truth.
Hi, beautiful.
How are you?
Oh,
Big day.
hey, how long did the anti-protesters stay?
Oh, they're still there.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
I thought, wonder how long they stayed. Good to meet you in person. Oh, this is Karina, this is my husband, Rory.
Hi, how you doing?
I miss my voice.
Who knows Karina from Truth Bombs NZ? Kia ora, kia ora. We'll just film each other. Why not? Kia ora.
I'm trying to make my Facebook like share the alternative media so everybody can just find it and then go.
Too much, babe. Oh, did you get taken down?
Yeah.
I had no idea. I'm so sorry.
Now it's TBNZ Media. That's it.
TBNZ Media. All right, that's where Karina is now, guys. Kia ora. How are you guys? Yeah? No, I don't. I'm so sorry. You got a nice spot here in the shade.
We celebrated birthdays in Hastings at the park one time. You had your bus and you had our granddaughters draw on the bus.
Oh, yes. Yep. We've got our little kiddie corner on the bus. For any, so we've got a panel on our bus for you at home who don't know, and then we just let kids draw all over it and do what they like with marker pens, have a bit of fun. It is. It's good to see. And good to see you guys here too. Wow. Oh, I'm just noticing something here.
Yeah.
I've got a pretty good setup here. I'm just noticing. How are you? Are you live streaming?
I have been.
Good on you.
Yeah.
That's
I've been doing
awesome.
it for years, so.
I'm live at the moment, just so you know.
Right.
But what live streaming name do you go under? Wake Up New Zealand.
I
Oh,
have my own
lovely.
website. I've got 5,000 people on Facebook and 250 waiting, and I've been on there 3.5 years.
Covering sort of freedom aligned events or
Speaking up.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite some time. I started off with opposing the UN Global Compact and put in a submission, 70-page submission into that. And from then on, I went from making pancakes for grandkids to jumping on board with what's going on right now.
Oh, well done.
Time.
Yeah.
So 50 hours research every week.
Oh my
And I
goodness.
just go to different groups and I say, here's a free handout. Here's a free handout. Here's what's going on in your country.
Spreading awareness.
Yeah,
That's
so
awesome.
I go to the UN News because they are so, we believe nothing can stop us now, so you can get really good information. And then I go, okay, what's New Zealand doing in the UN News? And I find out what the Green Party's doing. I find out what you're doing here. And then go into it. And so the latest thing, they are looking, the Green Party gave this out this year in April 2022 in the UN News, that they are entrenching the UNDRIP into the Constitution of New Zealand.
I'm not well versed in that, so I'm not going to pretend that I know.
That's United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People.
Oh, okay.
So if you go back in that, in 2007, the Minister of Maori Affairs was Horemaya. Now, Horemaya did a speech in Parliament, and he said if New Zealand ever goes down this track, you're looking at two classes of citizens. You're looking at one class that will be more worthy than another. You're looking at a certain group of iwi who would take control of the legislation in Parliament. You are looking at ownership of all the lands in New Zealand. He said, and it can't be because we've got Maori and non-Maori who own private property. So he was totally against it. And he told the Maori Party to get their head out the clouds and to do something useful. They had been working with the UN 20 years prior to 2007 to set this up. And now it's being set up.
A long time coming, huh?
And Three Waters are the tools they are using in the toolbox to bring entrench UNDRIP into New Zealand. And that is simply it. And I've got all the information in my bag. I've got the written thing from the UN, documentation from the UN, the Green Party. I've got Horemaya's speech, and I've got the documentation where Te Puni Kōkore are putting it into place.
Oh, well done. That's awesome that you've done so much research. More people need to dig deeper.
Another thing you need to be aware of, since 1975, the government have had a relationship, a fleeting relationship, with the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. They are actually led by the CCP, Chinese Communist Government, right? Now, just recently, Jacinda Ardern gave a speech in Parliament this year saying that they're widening, deepening their relationship with the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. They are their secret service agencies over in the Socialist Republic of Vietnam are working alongside the police in New Zealand.
Yeah, it's all connected.
All connected.
What was your name, sorry?
Karasaki.
Karasaki.
Zaki.
Yeah. Sorry. It was really, really nice to meet you. Yeah. Thank you so much for chatting with me.
I started 3.5 years ago.
Good on you.
Square, and I've never stopped.
Still going. That's
still
awesome.
Got to.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
See ya. How's it going, guys? All good? Oh. Watch out, Jess. What does this say? Animals love me, vegetables fear me. Vegan. Hi, how's it going? I am your single source of lies. Oh, looks like we've got Counterspin Media. Oh my God! Hi! Fancy seeing you here. Oh, yeah, I'm live at the moment.
There you go.
No, What a James. I recognise your face. I think I've. Yeah, you do look familiar. Yeah. Oh, maybe. Oh, yes.
Probably because that's where everyone's
So-
like, I don't know if we would have met.
Got his pronoun, farmer.
Yeah. I identify
Nice.
as farmer.
Identify as
You still
farmer.
alive?
I'm still live. I've been live all day.
Hey, Barno, how you going? Oh no.
Ah, you're on camera now.
Love
Oh,
you.
Yeah. So where have you guys come from today?
Where have you come from? I've been lingering around Wellington a little while now,
Yeah.
so not too far.
Oh, what's happening down in Gore at the moment?
Oh, carving, lambing, just
Oh,
farming.
yeah, true.
Yeah.
Pretty busy. This
Pretty
time of
busy.
year.
I had to like this morning to get here.
Oh my goodness! Did you fly up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank goodness. And when are you heading back? Oh yeah. Well done. Well, awesome to see you here. That's great.
Likewise.
I
Thanks for
saw
that,
some viewers commenting saying you were right up the front there down at Civic Square, getting some good footage.
Yeah.
Awesome, mate. Keep it up.
Good day.
It is. It is a good day. Bye.
Oh, that's enough. Yeah. It's not content.
Oh, someone's getting a bit flash with the handstands here. What better place to practice handstands? Right outside the beehive. It looks like all our camera operators have left their posts up there. We've just left the cameras, so I assume they're all still rolling. Dogs are getting some attention from some beautiful tamariki. Kelvin, Counterspin Media crew. And we've got the slide back. No thanks to whoever set it on fire, but the kids look to be enjoying it. More gorgeous doggos. Good to see you guys. I can hear another speaker going. I'm just trying to figure out where the sound is coming from. Oh, looks like it's just over here. It sounds like a... Oh, actually, it might be the guy that we went past earlier who was putting out a message over the speaker. Yeah, it is. It's the same person. He's just moved. Got Jeremy here. Haven't heard much out of his thing. Give us a strong voice. I did miss it.
You've got to share the audio wave.
That's the one, brother. Yeah, that's right. I can security guard of some sort just standing at the door there, up on the beehive.
So you might remember that at the beginning of 2020, we were all being told not to wear face masks because face masks.
Oh, and here I see Lingo Louis. And someone wearing an interesting balaclava.
Everything all good?
So here we've got Lingo and the boys doing some work. Awesome. Police have now shifted onto the Parliament grounds. They stayed off it before while we were all gathered here. I recognise you. Oh, yeah, it's Ben.
Yeah.
I remember the name.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I do surprise myself. Sorry?
I'm Megan.
Megan, hello. Oh,
You know Megan. She's on Chantel's streams all the time.
oh yes.
And I just at the heart thing.
I saw you at the Parliament. Yeah, good to see you again, darling.
It never worked.
Good to see you. You're still hanging with all the fun kids in the happy corner. Oh, I'm live. Yeah. Now, I don't know if anyone remembers Ben here from the 14 days of Unite protest back in, was it April?
It was a wee while ago now.
I think it was in April. Yep, but we did get quite a number of comments linking your face to a certain someone. While Ben here was on the sound system, we had a lot of comments about, is that Clark? Oh my God. We thought we found Clark, remember?
No, he's still in hiding.
So much, you guys. Oh, I am live at the moment, just so you know. But yeah, sweet. Let's jump in. Oh.
Should we go somewhere where there's not huge glare?
Chocolate.
Oh, yeah.
Chocolate. Dad, I really want chocolate.
Get in the photo.
And the other guy.
Other guy.
I don't know the other guy.
I'm named Stranger.
Hello.
Strangers to strangers.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, freedom.
3, 2, 1, freedom.
Freedom.
At least must feel safe enough to walk around now.
Yeah.
Checking out those children. They're looking like they're playing a little bit rough.
Wow. Don't often get a photo of myself at a protest.
Yes.
Would you mind seeing
Yeah, we've been messaging back and
Oh,
forth.
what's your name?
Tasha,
Tasha.
I'm on your Facebook. I'll send it to you.
Thank you so much.
Last time you're like, oh, did you have any photos of me? And I was like, every time you were so busy. So I was like, oh. So this time I've been like looking for you and trying to snap. So whether any of them come out, we'll
I
find
so
out.
appreciate it. Awesome.
I'll send you
All
a
right.
good one.
Chat later. Thank you. Right, now I recognise these beautiful souls from up north. Are you off to the Old Bailey? I was just wondering if you guys were heading over there.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Hey, how's everything going up north?
Good.
Yeah?
Good. Well, we've been sort of like shared custody now. So the family have us for half a month and then we go back up north to go there.
Oh, yeah. So do you guys like swap out sort of thing? Or?
No, it's still just the real.
Yeah, just the
there,
solid
like,
few.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they got hammered in the storm. But
Oh. I've seen a few digging at Marsden shirts down here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
It's nice to see everybody repping their colours. How's it going, brother? Good to see you. Some mana news here. Sorry,
How
what
are
was
you
that?
doing today?
Oh, mate, I'm doing great.
Yeah.
I've just got this great day with family and
summer,
beautiful sun. Like, couldn't get much better than this.
I've watched a few of your lives. One moment you're getting harassed in the supermarket, and next minute you're watching all the independent media is getting exposed or not exposed.
Yep.
Lied about by stuff.
Yep.
Documentary.
That's right. Never a dull moment, mate.
And I wasn't aware of that until I actually saw your live.
Oh.
So I went on, looked at it, and I came out and said, oh,
crazy, eh?
we've got to tell our story.
That documentary is just.
But
it's like a really bad comedy, though.
Thing on the Gardasil vaccine injuries.
I did hear about that. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I did hear about it. Oh, nice. Yeah.
You know what our people don't realise is that if they want the full truth, they look to the live streamers. The live streamers.
Exactly. Because live stream can't lie.
So tell us about your little journey, how that's been.
My journey down here?
On independent media.
Man, it has been a whirlwind. It really has been a whirlwind. Going from somebody who'd never had any experience with videography or anything like that, coming to that protest in February and just starting those live streams there. Oh, wow. I can definitely say a few months down the track, I'm still enjoying it as much as I was back then. And I'm looking forward to getting bigger and better and keep working on what I'm doing. And yeah, this has turned into a bit of a passion. And yeah, I really enjoy what I'm doing.
It was actually safe for me and my brother, as we were hearing source going around, so we've got to get the truth out.
Absolutely.
Truth out. So we sat down and on the spot we created Money News Live.
Oh!
Put it up there and then we just started going from there.
So did Money News start at Parliament as well?
Yeah.
Oh, too much, all right.
With at the back was cops in the bollards at the back with their car.
Ah.
And I was happy to film.
Yeah, yeah. Oh no.
But you know, what I've noticed is that although it's been heartbreaking, the stories, what the country has gone through, it's been inspiring to see the people coming together at Parliament.
Definitely.
And it's also been, how do you say, it makes me angry to see how the corporation police have become on their own people.
There's a few things I could say on that topic, but
yeah.
If I've got nothing nice to say, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Hey, our lenses capture it all.
Uh-huh.
We don't need to say much on top of what we
say. No, it's obvious enough. They're digging their own graves.
But stuff like Stuff News, they took out the worst clippings and they tried to put it to mask it over everyone.
Yes, and they didn't speak to anybody who was involved in the movement that they were doing their documentary on. And when we look at what are the rules that the regulations that they swear by as journalists to provide accurate and fair representation of stories, there was nothing fair and balanced about that story whatsoever. And it was good because they made it really easy for us to see that.
So where to for Zeb Jackson Live?
That's a really good question. If you figure it out, let me know. Could be here, there, or anywhere, mate.
Probably somewhere where Money News Live is hidden anyway.
Probably. Well, I do have an event coming up in the Manawatu over Labour weekend in October, so I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, no other firm plans at the moment.
Don't forget the nurses' protest on the 31st.
There's a nurses' protest on the 31st?
Austria.
Of this month?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Whereabouts is that? Or just all over the town? Aha. Okay. Well, I'll probably be at the Gisborne one.
Yep. Sis, love your work. Love talking to you.
You too, brother.
And love the fact that you're out there being hardy.
You too, man. Keep up the good work. See you guys.
Okay, we're not going to record.
Right, whānau, we have been live for almost 5 hours now. So I'm going to call it time now. And I'm going to go and have another break. If anything kicks off though, you better believe it, we will be live straight away. But for now, that's it. Thanks, Ed. Thank you for tuning in, whānau. Kia ora and ka kite anō.